Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Morning, everybody. We have quorum. Looks like we have quorum here. We could sort of hold down the conversations in the room so we can begin. First time I've used the gavel. Welcome to meeting 15 of the Community Development and Recreation Committee. Special welcome to members of the committee who have arrived and who are here today, and other members of council, one of which is here, and of course members of the public. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back of the room over there provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. You can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at toronto.ca/council. Any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act by members of the committee or visiting councillors? None? Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes of September 20th, 2016?
As if read.
You're okay with them?
As if read.
Okay. Great. Councillor Mihevc, all those in favor? It's carried. Okay, why don't we go through the agenda? 15.1, home child care review, new funding model. We're holding that for speakers. 15.2, growing Toronto's licensed childcare system. We're also holding that for a staff presentation and speakers. I put in brackets here, a short presentation, I understand. 15.3, skateboard strategy. We're holding that for speakers and a demonstration of some skateboard skills.
By the chair.
By the chair.
That's what this is for, right here.
That sport is far too dangerous for me.
In the middle, right here.
That's right. 15.4, outdoor rink program standards and improvements.
Of approval with thanks to
I'm
staff.
just going to hold that for a minute.
It's being held by Councillor Fletcher. 15.5, Toronto Newcomer Strategy Progress Report, and that's being held for speakers. 15.6, Toronto Social Development Dashboard.
Approval of staff
That can
recommendation.
be moved by Councillor Fletcher, and we always get into the discussion on whether we can move that up for council review. That's the recommendation before, so that will happen. 15.7, 2016-2017.
I have a motion on that. I'll hold it, but it's,
Technically, we didn't vote on Councillor Fletcher's motion to adopt, so all those in favor? It's carried. CD 15.7, 2016-2017, winter readiness and update on shelter occupancy.
Is there a change in this?
Mr.
anything
Chair,
needs to
I
be
have a motion, but I don't think staff, do you have it? No, okay, so maybe I'll just hold it to allow staff to type it up and.
Sorry.
Yes, and there is also a change
Yeah.
on Appendix A. There's a change.
Right.
It had originally been conceived as a co-ed shelter. It's been changed to 60 beds women, which is in keeping with our marginalization of men. That is change has been made. I have two new items I'd like to add to which are not ready. Okay, 15.8, 250 Davenport Road, corporate actions.
Move approval.
Moved by Councillor Mihevc. Hold that,
Minute, please.
okay,
Thank you.
that's fine, that's being held. At 15.9, we do have a late debutant for that, so we're going to be holding it. That's an interim home for Red Door Shelter. Now, I have two new items that I was going to add to the agenda. they're not quite ready. So we're going to circulate them shortly, and then with the committee's support, I'd like to add them.
Mr. Chair, before we begin, I'd just like to move to, if we can, reorder the agenda and hear from the deputant for the Red Door. I believe Ms. Hawkins is here, as she's the executive director of the shelter, and then she could proceed back to her.
It's fine with me. Any other committee members have an opinion? We're moving Red Door to the top of the agenda is your request?
Yeah.
Okay. That is fine.
How would I move that? Ensure a request the DCN
Okay, here we go.
ensure an offset.
So why don't we go to deputants for 15-9, the Red Door Shelter. I think it's Bernadita Hawkins.
Bernita.
Bernita Hawkins. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning to all of you, and thank you to all of the committee members for hearing our deputation. The City Council and city staff have been very supportive of the Red Door Family Shelter, and we are hopeful that you will continue to be supportive. I would like to introduce to you one of our board members, Liz Simi, who is sitting here to my right. We are seeking your support for an interim shelter site while our new home is being built. This is also an opportunity to give you a bit of an update on our plans. We have served the community for over 30 years now. We serve 500 families a year, and in 2014, we were faced with an eviction. But we received citywide support for the Red Door remaining in the community. Negotiations with the city and the developer resulted in the Red Door being incorporated into a new condominium development at our current address, 875 Queen Street East. The new space that we have will be a wonderful purpose-built shelter. Construction will begin very soon, and that means that we need a swing space because it is a tear down and rebuild. Working with city staff and Councilor Fletcher, we have settled on a swing space at 1430 Girard Street East, and the swing space is an apartment building that we will be operating as a shelter. Last week, we held an open house and welcome reception that, unlike in many communities, we were welcomed with open arms. We distributed more than 2,000 flyers in the community inviting people to attend our event. In fact, we would like to show you a banner that people signed, and we would like to invite you, I don't know where it would be laid out, but this is the banner that the community signed welcoming, sorry, I'm away from the mic, welcoming us to the Red Door. So as you can see, we have met with a very strong community support, and we're very proud of that. The BIA, I don't know where we could we lay it down in the middle before the skateboard? Huh? It's gonna roll up, but I don't know how we could. Here, let's lay it down. We got great support from the businesses. The BIA donated the tables and chairs. The Residents Association even donated a cake welcoming us to the community, and all of the food at the event was donated by the businesses. So as you can see, we're having the experience that's very unusual for shelters, that we're being welcomed into our new community. So today, we would like to ask you to support this motion going to City Council for our temporary shelter at 1430 Girard Street East. And lastly, we want to say very strongly that we want to thank Councilor Fletcher for her unwavering support of the Red Door Family Shelter. Thank you. Questions?
Great, thank you very much. Questions for the deputants? Councilor Mahevik?
So from your perspective, because we'll ask staff the same question, so is there a stumbling block for you getting this, allowing this to happen? What's the stumbling block?
I believe the motion coming to you is approval of the lease. There's a lease that has to be,
Okay, so there's no antipathy that you're aware of?
no,
Okay, great,
none.
thanks.
Wouldn't feel like CDR if we didn't have a lot out against the shelter.
Any other questions for the deputants? No? Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to move that staff report, Mr. Chair, and speak for a second, and then I'd like to ask them to come up and hold the banner. We could get a
Oh,
photo
that would be great. We'd be most honored.
after we pass it, so it's historic.
Pass it. Okay, we can pass it.
And thank Ms. Hawkins for coming again. I think this is the first time that this committee has had the Red Door, although we've had many meetings about the closure, the development of the Red Door and the shelter, and this is now very exciting. It's the temporary relocation in order to build the new shelter in the condo space. And I don't know if I've had a chance to tell you before, but even before these condos went to market, they were all sold out on Queen Street. And this is with the shelter in the condo. Partly because the Red Door has such a tremendous reputation. It is so strongly supported in the East End of Toronto. You do recall the campaign that said we're not going to have a shelter closed for condos, and we didn't have that happen. We have a condos and a shelter. Very unique situation. Wouldn't have been possible without a tremendous amount of work by the Red Door, by all kinds of city staff, shelter division to planning, through the DCM, and this whole project led at the staff level by Sean Gadden, who's not with us here today. He's out, but because it's covering 3 different clusters or silos, it wasn't always the easiest project. There are a couple of things in here to note, that the building that will be occupied by the Red Door for its, well, we're not sure how long it takes to build a condo because we don't know what they're going to find once they take the church down, but that there will be an ongoing opportunity to have transitional housing in this particular location, which I think is very exciting. The lease accommodates that. One of the things that we have always said was that we don't just need shelters, we need places for people to live once they can leave a shelter. And that's for all types of people, all families that would find themselves in that situation. Interval House is, as a women's shelter in my area, well regarded as well, also is looking for this type of next stage housing. So it's quite exciting that we've built that in. And also some community supports. On Queen Street, that is the Red Door place. All the supports are there. Moving up to a brand-new neighborhood, new schools, not as much community space in the neighborhood, so that's also built in. And lastly, I always tell this, because sometimes people haven't heard it, but the Red Door, the name didn't just get pulled out of the stratosphere. many years ago, when Ray McCleary was the minister of Wood Green United Church, he had his manse on Bolton Avenue. It was pretty poor in that neighborhood at that time. And he painted the door of the manse red and said to all the women and children in the community, behind this red door, you will always be safe. Come anytime. And that is the history of the red door. That's the beauty of, I know I choke up when I say that as well. That's the amazing history of the red door. And that red door will be open on Gerrard Street, and it will reopen on Queen Street. And I want to thank everybody for their tremendous work, to you as well, Deputy City Manager Carbone, fantastic, and I'll ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher, for your local leadership on this issue. I know you've put in a phenomenal amount of time and certainly personally dedicated to ensure its success, and that combined with strong community support is usually a recipe for success. So that is very good. I'll also take this opportunity to thank you for joining me at the Fire Services Awards. The other day, you and I had the opportunity to congratulate both members of our fire services and individual civilians who risked their own personal safety and lives to save others. And it was really quite a moving evening to hear all those stories. So thank you for joining me there. You certainly can. Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you very much. A question to Councillor Fletcher. Like, it really is interesting that you have a shelter underneath condos, and that the condos had no difficulty selling out. So do you think,
It's not underneath, it's in a section of the building.
okay, in a section of the building, so do you think that this is unique to this particular situation, or is it something as a generalized learning for shelter housing and support in our affordable housing division? You know, the way the developers, when they have to either replace housing or when they have to renovate TCHC sites, oh, we're going to have the TCHC building over there, and God forbid that you mix it with over here, because the developers say that they can't sell those units. So does this experience, is it unique to this area, or is it a generalized learning that we can learn across the city? And it's a real question.
I think it might be both, plus the circumstances around. The Red Door has a tremendous reputation and support. So that's the first learning, is that in a community, a shelter has to enjoy tremendous community support. As I've said before, people bring clothing, they would bring food, they bring Thanksgiving dinner, they bring toys, they do tremendous, and they give a lot of money. They feel very strongly. It's embedded in the community, which is one of the reasons, Councillor, why I believe that successful shelters should not be closed. We should do whatever we can to maintain them in their space, and that is what we have done here, that it makes it much easier to do that. Secondly, there was a confluence of conditions regarding the church, which the shelter was in, the need for redevelopment, and some of the instruments that the city had. So, and then thirdly, just tremendous community work that was led by some consultants and other supporters. Just a model. I'm happy to, at some point, delineate that model. I think that our shelter charrette that we're going to be having is something that would be very instructive to figure out if this is indeed unique or it can be copied. We had many posters throughout the community that said, kids need care, don't close Red Door, families need shelter, the board canvassed. It was a very different model, and I'm sure we should try that because it actually demands that the shelter and their board and a larger community step up for the shelter. I don't think really that's currently our model, so happy to work on that with anybody.
Great, so a recorded vote was requested, if my memory is correct.
Then a photo.
And then we're going to do a photo with the banner right here at the front. As soon as Councillor Davis moves. Okay, all those in favor, all of those in favor of the report and the recommendations. And we're going to do a recorded vote.
All those in favor, Counselor Fletcher, Counselor Pasternak, Counselor Cole, and Counselor Mahavik. The motion carries.
Oh, yes, would you
the red
please
door.
come to the
Everyone
front with
come
your
up with
banner?
the banner.
We'll do a photo here.
Oh, we'll go in behind.
Oh, I'll hold it up. Yeah,
Where is James? Yeah. Come on in, Bernita.
I just want to say,
who's gonna hold?
Come on in, Janet. You have a red door.
You're an honorary member.
Janet has a red door.
She's an honorary member of this committee.
As a chair, we want you to sign it.
Oh, it locked out?
She's fixing
You
it.
can come on in.
no, it's
You're
fine, it's
almost on
fine.
this committee too.
It's fine. I just
You're
wanted
half
to
a
get
member.
this so that
Right, thanks. Hope it doesn't lock.
Where is our deputy city manager?
consultant.
Where is she?
Bruce, you've been
After your picture, you can
There we go. How are we?
Deputant's waiting.
There's a camera, you know, cameras keep right working.
Over babies?
We're politicians.
Oh, a few cameras now.
Is my hair okay?
Tell us your password, James.
We'll send it to you. No, you can reach with hers.
Big boss. Big boss. Godfather. Mine is Godfather, what's yours?
You never forget that.
No.
Okay. There we go. I'm standing to wait for a change.
We have a family album. We have a photo album. So would you like to sign this?
Yes, I brought a
Where's your
marker.
pen? Where's the marker?
Oh, right here, right here.
Go ahead. I know.
Oh, great. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
There's room down here.
Over here?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Also nice to see it completed.
All right, thank you very much. We should proceed with our agenda, try and get done before the American Thanksgiving. We'll go back up to, yeah, I'd like to introduce a new item to committee members. It's regarding council liaison support for Toronto Community Housing Intake. It's a staff report back to create for councillors a roadmap on how they can better assist potential social housing clients in understanding our system. I just need some voters. Counselor Fletcher? It's been distributed? Counselor Fletcher? Pardon me? Yeah, we're just continuing on with the meeting.
I am meeting.
All those in favor in adding the new business item? That is carried. Thank you very much. We'll now go back up to 15.1, Home Child Care Review, new funding model. And we have some speakers. Deputants are here. Gabby Chauvette, please come up to the microphone. You have 5 minutes. Thank you very much for coming.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair, Committee, and staff for the opportunity to speak on the Home Child Care Review new funding model. Today I'm representing the Home Child Care Association of Toronto. I'm also a member of the Advisory Committee to the Home Child Care Funding Review with Children's Services, a provincial board member of the Home Child Care Association of Ontario, and executive director of a heritage home child care agency which has been in operation since 1984. The Home Child Care Association of Toronto is comprised of 10 licensed home child care agencies operating in Toronto, of which 9 are municipally regulated. Our mandate is to support and advocate safe, nurturing, and quality early learning and care in a licensed home child care system. I'm here today to express our strong support of the Home Child Care Review new funding model. Our association worked closely with Toronto Children's Services on this process to ensure a new funding model that will increase access to quality licensed childcare for both families who are full fee and those who are receiving subsidy support. Stabilize our sector, benefit parents and children, and align with the realities presented to the early learning and care sector when the new Child Care in Early Years Act regulations took effect. Streamlining the funding system will ensure licensed spaces continue to be available to parents who are in precarious situations as a result of income or employment. This funding model addresses the serious need to keep children in a licensed system. It is really important to recognize that the proposed new funding model directly aligns with the Council directive to Children's Services to develop a multi-year growth strategy for the City of Toronto's licensed childcare system. The proposed funding model, or Agency Operating Grant, or AOG, will simplify an overly complicated and aging funding system and allow agencies to continue to work towards providing safe, licensed, and fee-assisted home child care programs. The AOG will also benefit full fee-paying parents and potentially reduce their current fees, making licensed childcare more affordable. This will bring children out of unlicensed care and into the licensed system. The AOG also considers that agencies are facing significant new oversight and responsibilities under the new legislation, the Child Care in Early Years Act. There is no question that there are other potential models for the delivery of licensed home child care. Our association wouldn't dispute that. Furthermore, the Home Child Care Review Advisory Committee spent considerable time discussing potential ways to change the current home child care model, but agreed that at this time of system change, the current agency-based system allows for strong support for not only the children and families, but also for independent contractors who provide quality, supported care within their own homes. It is important to note that modernizing the existing funding model does not preclude further discussion about how best to ensure that children have continuing access to high-quality early learning and care. Thank you once again for your attention and respectfully seek your support in approving the following. City Council establish an agency operating grant as the new funding model to support eligible licensed home child care agencies, replacing the daily administrative rate model, streamlining the funding process, and improving agency stability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Davis?
First of all, thank you for coming and for your organization's many years of advocacy for home child care.
Thank you.
One of the questions I have in the report is, well, one of them is the change in legislation. and increasing the number of children from 5 to 6.
Okay.
And I'm wondering how you are going to deal with that. There are many organizations that were opposed to that increase of capacity, and I'm wondering, as a professional agency or an advocacy group, first of all, what position did you take, and how are you going to accommodate
Okay.
this?
Our association has, there's a lot of conversation and discussion about that. We haven't come to a consensus, but the general feeling is that we don't really like that sixth child. However, if there is going to be a sixth child, we want to make sure that there is, the oversight is there, that the agencies have the foundation to set the capacity in each home. And that-
So in other words, you would consider whether or not 6 was appropriate, and
No, no, I'm sorry, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Okay.
6 is the legislation, and the agency's oversight is to look at how to set that capacity in each home.
right.
So how that happens is dependent on each agency, the location of the home, the
So you could
space of the home.
determine, I guess my question was, so you could determine if you believed a home provider, where they lived, the environment,
Yes,
all of those factors, that you would not
yes,
support a provider who had 6
exactly.
children. Okay, so you're not automatically going to move to the 6th child?
No.
Okay. The other thing is the direct funding approach. I understand it's very similar to what we've moved to in group childcare, and we're harmonizing a bunch of streams of funding and base funding, which I think is a good move. But there's no additional funding, and it looks like we're going to try and harmonize. And I'm wondering how you harmonize within the existing funding envelope without some people going up and some people going down. Do you know how it's going to happen? I will ask staff as well.
We don't know how that's going to happen. However, the concept that was presented to us, okay, let me regroup here. Simplifying what's the current model means streamlining all the funding that's happening. And I think how it's going to happen, we don't know 100%. That is a process that needs to happen. But how do you harmonize? I think that's a better question that's answered by the staff, because I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions for the deputant?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Peter Varmuza? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to let me come and speak to this item. I really wanted to talk more about the next item, but I think what you've got in front of you really requires some attention. There are 2 recommendations in this document. The first one talks about new way of funding, and the second one actually talks about changing the city bylaws to allow the 6 children in individual homes. What I'm suggesting to you here today, and I'm sure that my former colleagues will not like that you actually send this report back to staff and ask for more information and further action. And the reasons for that are this. This report does not provide enough information upon which to base decisions that may for a long, long time affect the provision of home-based childcare in Toronto. Second, and even probably more important, is that the suggested actions fail to take full advantage of all the tools at city's disposal to ensure access to safe home childcare alternatives. As a background, home-based childcare is provincially regulated service, which is either delivered through licensed agencies or informal care providers. Both types, ironically, are governed by the Child Care and Early Years Act. Provincial regulation just recently changed, limits the number of children in a home supervised by a licensed agency to 6, including no more than 2 children under the age 2. the number for informal home childcare provider is 5. Only a small proportion of homes supervised by licensed agencies are visited by the provincial licensing officer every year. It's something like 10% maximum. Results of provincial licensing visits are posted on a provincial website. Some very cumbersome searching reveals a litany of transgressions such as leaving children unattended, not preventing access to hazardous products, unauthorized administration of medication, not reporting injuries, lack of carbon monoxide and smoke detectors, incorrect record keeping, and so on. All of you can go on the provincial website and, it takes a bit of effort to actually look at these. City of Toronto, as a part of its contracting process, conducts annual visits to every agency's head office and again a small sample of individual homes. Unlike the results of visits to individual childcare centers, the results of these visits are never published at City's website. Let me emphasize, though I'm not a great admirer of home childcare, but had a really good experience myself 40 years ago with home childcare for my child, that many homes most likely provide care in a safe and caring manner. On the other hand, the evidence for this is not presented anywhere, not in this report. The sector is very opaque. It's not transparent to the public eye and not subject to public scrutiny. In May of this year, the City Council has objected to the proposed changes in provincial regulations. With respect to home childcare, the approved report called for more oversight, noting that there are greater risks in these programs, which requires that regulations and oversight be strong. Yet, even after the province has increased the number of children permitted in a home and eliminated the previous maximum of 25 homes per visitor, the report in front of you only proposes to revise the zoning bylaw to accommodate this change. And I have to acknowledge that the city contracting process is still trying to control the 25 homes to a visitor. But we're looking even beyond the licensed home childcare sector. There's about 20,000 children in Toronto below the kindergarten age that actually are in some kind of home childcare, and 95% of that is informal care. Okay, and I think we need to keep this in mind. So this proposed change to zoning bylaw is not just bureaucratic alignment with provincial regulations. In fact, the Section 13, subsection 1 of the regulation clearly requires compliance with municipal or public health requirements and bylaws in areas affecting health, safety, and building occupancy. So, in other words, you have the ability to determine the maximum number of children in each individual home, depending upon your health and safety criteria. That could include things such as minimum space per child and so on. I'm sorry, I'm running over time. So I think what you really need to put in place is individual inspection of every home that provides care for a child that is not relative. That cost of that inspection, according to your own budget, would be $272,000 per year, which adds to about 20 cents per day per child, which is a small price to pay for safe, healthy care.
If you could wrap up, that'd be appreciated. You're closing in on 6 minutes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I would finish with that. Thank you for your.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant, Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Peter. And I am trying to understand what you're recommending. So you're suggesting that, one, we don't have to approve the bylaw changes, or two, we could set our own policies around licensed home childcare? Or are you saying we should be looking at public health, safety, health criteria for unlicensed or unregulated childcare?
You should be setting criteria for every home in which care to unrelated children is being provided, be it supervised through an agency or be it an informal care business. Okay?
You're saying we should set up our own set of regulations for
Yes.
unlicensed
Yes,
childcare?
because ultimately, only a visit to individual home by a party that doesn't have a conflict of interest can say, you don't have enough space in this home, or this home is not safe. Okay, because otherwise you're delegating the function for a very small proportion of children to a home child care agency, while at the same time, the majority of care out there is.
But isn't that the province's responsibility? They've stepped into this void and put in place.
But at the same time, they say you have the right to do that. The Section 13 of the regulation says that anything that happens really has to meet the municipal criteria. You have the tools. I think you just need to explore more what it means and how actually that system would look.
So but is your suggestion we also have that ability when it comes to licensed home childcare?
Yes, yeah. I mean, just because something is provincially licensed doesn't mean that you cannot. In fact, I think you have the obligation to ensure that the place is safe, that the visits, that has been a fire and public health inspections of the place.
So we add another layer of regulation or quality standards for center-based care. And we apply it to purchase of service, or we use that mechanism to apply this other set of criteria. Would we not have to have some kind of funding relationship to be able to leverage this? You're saying no, the Section 13
Yeah. I think.
uses that power.
I think the province recognizes that when it comes to municipal bylaws and public health requirements, that these have priorities. That means that, right now what happens is the equivalent of the public health inspector inspecting the head office of McDonald's and then picking randomly 5% of the McDonald's restaurants to see whether they're safe. Right? I don't think that is the proper way to actually license and ensure health and safety.
Why wouldn't we apply the same criteria for licensed, unlicensed as licensed?
I don't know. You should be having the same criteria. So every home.
And pay for it, is what you're saying?
No, not necessarily, because it's 20 cents a day. If to the contractors, it is a business expense that's deductible. Okay. To the parents, myself speaking, I would have paid the 20 cents a day to make sure that, in fact, the space where my child is inspected and regulated. And thirdly,
What if the agencies don't want to do it?
Well, okay, so you consult with the agencies who have a very much conflict of interest. If you look at the advisory process, you're talking to the people who have the interest in the organization, not to the public, not to the public health, not to the bigger thing. So I think there is potential for much more work to be done.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. If you want to continue the discussion, I guess you can do it offline. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much. Spiros Valinkas, Network Child Care Services. Spiros, I do apologize. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. You're considering a report that will have a significant impact not only on children and their families, but also on the women who work in their homes providing high-quality early learning and care to children and support their families, both full fee and those receiving subsidy support. My name is Spiros Volonakis. I'm the Executive Director of Network Child Care Services, a not-for-profit organization which is a member of the Home Child Care Association of Toronto, as well as the Home Child Care Association of Ontario. Network operates both center-based child care facilities as well as a home child care program caring for approximately 800 children daily. This year marks Network's 25th anniversary of child care services delivery. For 25 years, Network has linked families and their children with home childcare providers who are independent contractors affiliated with our agency. In addition to working collaboratively with providers to ensure that they meet or exceed our licensing standards, we provide a wide range of voluntary best practice educational and professional development opportunities. This includes training about how best to implement the city's home childcare assessment for quality improvement. These are criteria that the city has established for the home childcare programs, and the Provincial Childcare and Early Years Act. The agency model has allowed Network to serve as an important community hub, which has certainly contributed to its quarter of a century of care in the early years and childcare sector. I'm here this morning to strongly support the city's home childcare review, which recognized the need for a new funding model. The current system is unnecessarily complicated, penalizes full-fee families, and is destabilizing. We believe the model will stabilize the licensed home childcare system, which has become quite convoluted in nature. It will allow home childcare agencies to better manage this fee assistance system in making positive changes to current practices. There are many potential models, as a previous speaker mentioned, for the provision of licensed home childcare. Modernizing an out-of-date, overly complex funding model does not preclude continued discussion about how best to ensure that children, families, and providers are best served. We believe, as does the Early Years Division of the Ministry of Education, that the existing agency model has many strengths, particularly when it comes to quality assurance and support for families and children. Network also supports the recommendation to implement a necessary bylaw change to align Toronto with other municipalities in the province. Currently, throughout the province of Ontario, home childcare providers who are affiliated with a licensed home childcare agency may care for up to 6 children in their home. This adjustment will clearly permit home childcare providers in Toronto as well to offer care to the same number of children as their counterparts around the province, in conjunction with the new provincial legislation. It is important to note that the Ministry of Education implemented the provision for providers who are connected with a licensed home childcare agency to have 6 children while maintaining the maximum of 5 children for those who are not supported by an agency and are unlicensed, as a strategy to increase access to high-quality licensed childcare. I must note that the providers affiliated with Network have raised this very issue about being allowed the 6th child. Committed as we are to the license system, we want to encourage and support our affiliated providers to stay within the license system. Again, thanks for providing me this opportunity to address these matters this morning. We urge you to support the recommendation before you. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? You okay? Great, thank you very much. Questions for staff? Councillor Mihevc?
Yes, thank you. You know, I've been on this committee a long time, and frankly, to be quite honest, maybe it's me. I didn't know we even had home child care, that we put money in and had a system that we had some input control over. So as I see it here, what this report really is trying to do is basically go from 5 kids to 6 kids permitted in the zoning, to allow that in the zoning bylaw.
That's to align it with provincial legislation, and it would be only for those homes that were affiliated with a licensed home childcare agency.
Right. So just to help me get a sense of the world out there, there are a whole bunch of folks that have home childcare. They just take in kids from the neighborhood. That's one system. And this system we're talking about is the ones that are aligned with an agency. We put some money in, the province puts a lot more in, and these are the kids we're talking about, and this has something like 3,000 kids.
Yes, there's 3,100 kids in 1,100 homes. The total budget for the entire home childcare system is $24 million, and on average is 80/20 cost shared with the province.
Right, okay. So then the question, so can I ask, so this is the, and I think this is at the heart of Peter's deputation, is currently, is 5 as of right? So if I have a little, 800 square foot condo, I can have 5 kids. If I have a 5,000 square foot condo or house, I can have 5 kids, and this will take it to 6, and it's an as of right thing.
The legislation takes it to 6. Our bylaw restricts it to 5, so we're recommending a change in the bylaw to align with the legislation. However, as part of our contract, it would rest with the agencies to ensure that a home of 500 square feet does not have 5 or 6 children. As one of the deputants mentioned, the incentive from the province perspective was that the 6th child in licensed home care would encourage more providers to become affiliated with an agency, which means there's much greater oversight and support.
Okay, but the bottom line is it as of right?
If we change the bylaw to 6, it would be as of right for those that are affiliated with an agency.
And would the agency then go in and be able to say, you're too small a home, you cannot have 6, but you can have 4?
Yes, they would, because it's a contractual relationship between the agency and the provider.
So that means that we, as a city, have standards that say, Councillor Davis is going the other way, by the way, so
I see
you
that,
need to
yeah.
kind of,
We do not have
we need
standards.
some clarity here, and the issue is that that's being recommended by someone who has a lot of expertise in this area, so obviously we're going to take that
So
very
the
seriously.
city,
Just to finish the question, should we be putting in place a system that says, okay, yes, we can go to 6, but there has to be some conditionalities and it has to be based on an inspection that says that you have the right infrastructure to basically accommodate the 6?
yes, the city right now does not have standards in terms of space per child. That is generally laid out by the province through its legislation. There's no specifics with respect to home childcare, but that is the kind of clause that would be in our contract with the home childcare agency with respect to ensuring that there is sufficient space and equipment.
So have we developed those standards?
No, but that's something that we would have to do as we continue to move forward with this model. The idea is that the funding model would not be implemented till January 2018, and it would be accompanied with a new service contract for the agencies.
Okay, and is that work is still before you?
That work is still before us. There is a question about whose jurisdictional responsibility it is in terms of specifying space requirements. Traditionally, it has been the province, and we as the division do not have the capacity to go out and visit every single home. That's why we rely on the agencies. It's a much more efficient model.
Noting, of course, that they would have a self-interest in going bigger.
Not necessarily. In fact, a number of agencies have resisted the move from 5 to 6 children for a variety of reasons. Some have supported it, and we've certainly had many calls from providers encouraging us to update the bylaw.
Okay, so we don't need to move a motion that says between now and the time that this becomes operational, January 1st, 2018, we don't need to move a motion to have you come back with standards, because you're going to do that work anyway, around determining whether a particular homeowner or home daycare, childcare operator, depending on square feet and other amenities like washroom and so on and so forth, you're going to come back with a report on what those standards are? Or do we need to motion that?
I think I think if you want the city to develop standards, a motion would be required. It's really up to the agency to work with individual providers to ensure that they have sufficient space, that they have sufficient emergency procedures should they need to evacuate the residents. Traditionally, the city has not set standards in that area. If you think that that's something we should bring back, then a motion would be required.
What do you think? You think we need?
It's a fine
It
line.
seems like it's
I don't think it's unreasonable for you to ask us to come back with a framework within which agencies consider when to go to 6 children.
okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I wasn't prodding the wood.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Davis.
So I'll just ask Ms. Baxter to hear the questions I asked of the deputants. One of them is that we're going to harmonize or introduce this funding reform that streamlines all the existing funding lines, and it's going to harmonize. When we did that with the childcare center sector, we had to actually add additional funds in order that nobody lost funding and that everyone was harmonized up to a certain level. How are we doing it here with no additional funding?
It would be very similar with the group care. There's a number of agencies that will be red circled, but nobody will be reduced. In the case of home child care, though, Councillor, it's a much smaller system. We estimate to harmonize everybody up, it's $270,000. Again, the funding model does not go into effect until 2018, so we think through efficiencies and additional funding from the province and potentially the federal government, that's something we would be able to address.
So we're funding it through efficiencies?
Well, $260,000 on a $460 million budget, we think we can accommodate that to harmonize it up. And again, this will likely be implemented over a 2-year period, as with the group care.
Okay, we've heard that, fighting over $50,000 happening here. I was puzzled by your answer on the provincial government has standards. My understanding is the provincial government regulates the number of children, but I don't know, I'm not familiar with any standards that exist for home child care, regulated home child care.
We've just got this from the province, Councillor. It's a standard home visitor checklist that they've now created for their inspectors as they go out to visit home child care.
So they're guidelines?
They do.
So they have guidelines, but there are no regulations?
There are no specific regulations beyond what we've talked about with respect to removing the cap on the number of homes per home visitor, moving to 6 for those affiliated with licensed agencies.
Okay, but what I heard today is if we agreed, could we not amend the bylaw?
That's an option. That's council's decision not to amend the bylaw.
And we could just keep it at 5?
That's an option. The enforcement becomes a challenge because it is complaint-driven, but that is certainly an option.
I don't understand that answer.
Simply, in terms of ensuring that all home childcare providers are sticking to 5, we would not have the capacity to go out and inspect them all. We would hope the agency would do that and would have that as part of the contract, but enforcement is often complaint-driven if there are issues where there are more children than there should be.
Okay, thank you.
It's still here.
Yeah, that's.
Well, you're not paying attention. I could ask.
Yes, no, Councillor Davis, no, I think your time is up. I allocated some of your time to Councillor Thompson. I hope you don't mind. Any other questions for staff? No? I have just a couple of very brief ones. You know, when you give this a quick read, I find that it's the word licensed is used in such a sense that you have to read carefully to understand that it's the agencies that are licensed, not the home provider.
That's correct, and that's an important distinction to make.
Very important, yeah. The other thing is, as we move up to 6 children, could you just highlight how many of an operator's own children are in the mix?
They would be included in the 6.
What the limits are on that? Sorry?
They would be included in the 6.
Okay, so an operator's own children would count in the 6th. And when it comes to the age limits, where you can have no children
No more than 2 children over the age of 2, under the age of 2.
under the age of 2, would that also be part of the mix for an operator's own children?
Yes,
They would be.
yes.
Okay. All right, I'm done. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? If not, we can go to speakers. Councillor Mahavik?
I think people heard well, if they were paying attention, that, so we're going from allowing 5 to allowing 6, and there may be some conditionalities that we'd want to put around that. You know, if there is an operator out there who can go from 5 to 6, of course, we would want to support the provincial direction. However, it's not a blank check, and I think this is basically asking staff to come back with a proposed framework or set of regulations and guidelines for home childcare providers that would like to increase the number of children to 6. And that's been vetted by staff. So I don't think I need to say more on it. If they're going to go to 6, we may want some space requirements, we may want some equipment requirements, we may want some washroom facility requirements as a part of that deal, and staff, of course, can figure out what those requirements would be.
I have questions for the mover. It looks like you do too.
No,
No, I have questions for the mover.
speak,
Oh, okay. There's 1,100 homes that are basically in our network here. Are you suggesting that we create new building code regulations and an inspection process for those?
No, I'm suggesting that staff take a look at what's reasonable and come back with what they think is appropriate.
Because as we discussed earlier, it's the agencies that are licensed and are responsible under contract with the city to make sure these homes are safe.
Right. So, you know, like what I'm trying to avoid is really the 500 square foot condo that has 6 kids, and I don't think any of us want that. But I don't think that we want, I don't think we want this to be so prescriptive, but frankly, I'm not an expert in this area, but staff is, and in my questioning of staff, they said, yeah, you probably want to take a look at it, and so let them take a look at it.
Okay. Well, the last thing we want to do is regulate them out of business, so we put 3,100 kids out of, okay.
We don't want to do that, but we don't want to make it so unregulated that we hear a disaster story down the line.
Fair enough. We need a balance.
Finding the sweet spot.
Okay. Councillor Davis to speak.
I'm very glad that Councillor Mahavik has moved this, and my inclination is to say, don't amend the bylaw. We took a very clear position in opposition to 6, and we submitted that position to the provincial government. Unfortunately, they ignored it, along with most people in the sector, and now we're put in this position. Except it really is unfair, I think, if we're going to have to then regulate a set of expectations that are different from the provincial legislation. But I do think ensuring that we have some oversight to deal with home providers that have 6 kids is important. I always put it in my personal perspective. I cannot imagine, even though our grandmothers probably did it, having 2 children under 2 and 4 other children. Imagine that, all day, on your own, 2 children under 2 and 4 children in tow. That's a pretty stressful environment, and I question when we have no research on quality, whether that's an appropriate thing and an appropriate way to expand childcare. It's a cheaper alternative to say now we've expanded childcare in Ontario. Great, you've just added 1 more kid to every one of those home providers. That is not the best way to expand childcare. I suspect we're going to see more of this as the provincial and federal governments start to look at how we are going to create new spaces. And I think we should be very cautious of going in this direction.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other speakers on the matter? Okay, I think we can put Councillor Mahavic's motion on the screen. We'll handle that first, and then we'll take the item as amended, if it carries. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. On to item 2, Growing Toronto's licensed childcare system. Carolyn Ferns. We're going to deputants.
So good morning, committee members. My name is Carolyn Ferns. I'm the Public Policy Coordinator for the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare. So the item that we're discussing today is about a research report on Growing Toronto's licensed childcare system. And I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Cleveland and the research team who are here today for such an insightful and really a useful report, and to Councillor Davis and the committee and Children's Services for commissioning this research. I think that this work does a tremendous job of lifting the lid on the exact predicament that we find our city in regarding childcare. The affordability crunch that parents experience is devastating, and this report makes that crystal clear. A full 75% of Toronto families cannot afford childcare. And I think we're going to hear some powerful deputations later from parents that speak to that lived experience. So what this report does is make visible the childcare crisis in Toronto, and that is a good thing, to make that crisis visible, because the childcare crisis is often invisible to the city at large. It's a silent crisis, one that rages while parents struggle to pay for fees, parents take on more debt, or they drop out of the workforce altogether because they can't find their way through the tangle of waiting lists and subsidies and fees and spaces. So something needs to be done, and the good news is that for the first time in many years, we have both the provincial and federal governments signaling a willingness to act on early learning and childcare. The recent Ontario Throne speech promised the creation of 100,000 new spaces, and this research report is so timely because it points out that while new spaces are needed, they must be made affordable. One of the takeaways from this report for me is there is no demand for unaffordable spaces. But at the same time, if spaces are made affordable, demand would surge, parents would use the spaces in large numbers, and as a community, we would all benefit from the increased workforce participation and also the better supports for balancing work and family life. The other good news is that this report points to some directions to make childcare more affordable for Toronto families. And the new funding formula for childcare and the promise of new federal and provincial investment gives Toronto some measure of flexibility to deal with the affordability crisis in innovative ways, not just to look at more subsidies, for example, but to consider other options like creating an affordable fee scale. And this research report provides a powerful tool to be able to evaluate different policy options and to look at how they would impact access and affordability. So my recommendation would be for Children's Services to be able to go back and develop a growth strategy that explores different ways to make childcare more affordable so that we can finally develop a real solution to the childcare crisis. In that way, we can start to make a real difference for Toronto families and help to build a more livable city for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Davis?
So Toronto should, thank you, that was an excellent summary and reminder that this is an important time because we have once again an unexpectedly aligned federal and provincial government that appears ready to invest in childcare. So you're saying that we have to invest in a way that addresses both affordability and the capacity of the system.
Yeah, that's right. I think that, the promise that's on the table from the province is for a space expansion, right? Which would really, it would be a game changer in terms of the number of spaces, right? They're anticipating coverage would change from coverage for 20% of children to 40% of children. But what this report shows is that the demand for those spaces wouldn't be there unless the spaces are made affordable, right? So that's really the crux of the issue, that we need both enough spaces and we need them to be affordable spaces. I'd also say we need a third thing, which is to make sure that they're high-quality spaces
Right.
as well. And for that, you need to deal with creating decent work for educators. But I think we can do all three of those things at once. That's system building, right?
Because
And Toronto can do that. Toronto's a leader at that.
Right, and because the funding is now more flexible. We're not locked into a federal,
Yeah.
provincial,
So the federal,
welfare
the
stream.
provincial funding formula changed a few years ago
Right.
to give municipalities more flexibility in how they spend those provincial dollars. And so I think that allows us, and it's so timely, and such a good report in that way, and laying out some different types of affordability options that the city could explore. And I think that it's really possible to start looking, now that flexibility is there, different ways of funding childcare and different ways of making it more affordable. So not only could we have more subsidies, we could actually look at creating an affordable fee scale, something like that.
right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
June Hall, Director, Main Square Daycare Center.
I'm dragging a couple of my staff with me.
Great. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I have to read a couple of letters, but I'd also like to have a little talk prior to that. I'll do my best to get it all done in 5 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is June Hall. I'm the Director of Main Square Daycare. I've been 20 years at the daycare, and I'm 34 years in the field. Main Square operates out of a large building high-rise at the southeast corner of Main Street and Danforth Avenue, and has been operating a childcare since 1973. There are 1,123 apartment units on top and around me. 54% of the residents make $40,000 or less. 26 of that 40% make under $26,000. To put a child in my facility, which has got one of the lowest rates in the City of Toronto, it will cost a family in Main Square approximately just over $26,000 a year. We rely heavily on subsidized childcare. Childcare is necessary to the growth of the economy, and I'm very excited about the conversation we're having today about expanding and affordability. However, there needs to be attention brought to the current situation. Since September 7th, there has been no placement of subsidized children at my center. I am empty 17 spaces. I have a letter from my board of directors, which I'd like to read to you. It's signed by myself and my board. We are a community-based nonprofit charitable organization, so my board is made up of my parents. We are writing to express our concern about the apparent freeze on fee subsidies and the impact this is having on our families and childcare operations. We believe it is essential for the city to lift the freeze and begin placing children in our centers immediately. The freeze on placements occurred without notice at a time of year with the highest demand. Currently, our center has spots available for children who receive subsidized care to begin in our program in both the toddler and preschool room. In addition, we have parents waiting to have those spots, parents who were in fact anticipating that they would have those spots. We have been forced to operate with fewer spaces because there are no full-fee parents in our neighborhood. Some centers have laid off staff. Many are also mothers who work to keep their families afloat. The subsidy freeze therefore puts the financial security of daycares in jeopardy. In addition, even if we were able to fill all our vacant spots with full-fee parents, This strategy will reduce the number of subsidized spots available in our neighborhood once this subsidy freeze is lifted. This would have a severe impact on our neighborhood and reduce the number of long-term subsidy spots available. Our center's position is not unique. The East York, East Toronto wards 29, 30, 31, and 32, there are over 1,200 families waiting for subsidy. Citywide, it's almost 18,000. Our families need financial support to access good childcare. Our centers need subsidies to remain financially viable. We are asking you to take action now to support our families, our center, and our communities. Please increase the fee subsidy now to make childcare accessible and affordable for our families. I also have a letter, if you wouldn't mind for 2 seconds, from one of my parents who's been trying desperately to get in. My name is Poira. I'm writing this letter for you in regards to daycare and just wanted to let you know by freezing the subsidy how much this is affecting our life. We are a family of 5 people. My 2 older children are in school and they're 14 and 13 years of age. My wife is currently not working. She's in school from morning to afternoon full-time. We have a 3-year-old daughter. Her name is Scarlett. And because subsidy is not processing any applications, she's had to stay home instead of going to daycare and making friends and enjoying activities to make her become a more independent person and having a better life for herself. I work very hard from Sunday to Friday, working full-time, and when I get home from work, I have to look after my daughter. Even though I love her to death and I love spending my time with her, it's very difficult because I'm already tired from working the night shift. And I can't do everything that she wants me to do. Because I'm the only one that's working to support my family, I cannot afford to pay the daycare all by myself on my income. And I'm sure this is, that more parents are going through the same scenario. And this is why I'm writing this letter to you.
If you could, you're past 5 minutes, if you could wrap up, please.
5 words. To please continue the subsidy for kids to have a better future. Thank you for understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for the deputants?
So have you heard any difference? Have there been any changes? You've been trying to get subsidies placed?
I've heard nothing. In fact, what is actually happening now is childcare programs are stealing spaces from each other.
Yeah.
They're calling people on their wait list, encouraging people to leave one center and come to theirs.
So you said that some centers are laying off staff. Have you had to lay off staff?
I am 1 week away from that. I expanded my toddler room 2 years ago to meet the city requested me to expand my toddler program. I hired a staff. In another week, I will be laying that staff off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions for the deputants? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. Aaron Philby? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Hello. Hello, my name's Erin, and I'm a parent. I live in Ward 27, and I have an 8-year-old. So as I read the report that we're discussing here today, I have to admit that I was surprised. I was very surprised. I'm a recently graduated early childhood educator, so I feel like I know a thing or two about childcare and early childhood education. I know, for example, that giving women access to good quality childcare is the most effective way we know for families to be lifted out of poverty. I know that the benefits of good quality early childhood education follow a person into adulthood. So I know and I'm passionate about education for our smallest humans, so it takes a bit to shock me. What surprised me about the report was seeing myself in it. Myself and my family, there we were, firmly in the middle income bracket, the least likely to use licensed childcare and the least likely to have a main caregiver, in this case me, in work. And there we were again on page 25. Middle-income families are less likely to use childcare, to use licensed care. They are less likely to get much childcare subsidy and do not have high enough incomes to make paid care affordable. I read that when I was on the streetcar, and I said to myself out loud, "That's us!" which was mortifying. I was surprised to see us in the report. But perhaps I shouldn't have been, because I know so many people in our exact same situation. But so few of us talk about it. Because we do okay, not great, but okay. And there are people that we know who have it so much worse. Us middle-of-the-road folks, we're not struggling to pay rent. We're not working 3 jobs. We're not dealing with food insecurity. We're not putting our kids to bed hungry. And for that, we're incredibly grateful. The things that we do without, us middle-income folks, are different. We do without early childhood education for our toddlers. We do without safe, enriching after-school care for our kids. And because we do without that, we also do without fulfilling careers. We do without promotions, we do without pensions, and we do without savings. Our kids do without soccer club or hockey matches. They do without gymnastics or ballet or art classes. It's not the life stuff, it's the quality of life stuff that we do without. And we do without it because we can't afford it. And we don't talk about it. Because we're managing and we're okay, and because we're embarrassed. I was embarrassed. I was mortified this summer when we had to give up the spot, the after-school spot that we'd waited 9 months for at my son's brilliant after-school care. And we had to give it up because we couldn't afford to pay double the fees over the summer. We just couldn't do it. Which means when I start my new job next week, we'll be relying on a patchwork of friends and unlicensed care, and we'll be back on a waiting list for a spot that will be costing 30% or more of my new income if we can get it. And I'm pretty lucky. I went back to school, and I get to do a job that I love. I'm very excited. And even if my hours are only part-time, I'm still lucky. I'm lucky because in places like Don Valley West, and which is Councillor Burnside's ward, who I see is not here today, I'm a bit disappointed. Don Valley West has a higher than average population of us middle-income, middle folks. But only 52% of the women in that ward participate in the workforce, and that is considerably below average. And that's not just a loss to individual families who are doing okay and getting them by. It's a loss to the city that loses their talents, and it's a loss to the economy. I don't know why I was surprised to see us in the report, because there are a lot of us. We make up, us middle-income folks, a large percentage of your constituents. And we need you. We need you to know, and to know absolutely, that 100,000 extra childcare spaces are meaningless to us if we can't afford them. And we need you to know that just okay and just getting by isn't good enough for us and our kids. We need access to childcare that we can afford, and we need it now.
Great, thank you very much. Questions for the deputant?
I just want to say thank you for coming. And yeah, it is embarrassing to talk about not being able to afford.
It's mortifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you spend some time thinking about whether to go back to work? Considering.
I've been off work, so I used to do financial research, and I've been off work since my son was born 8 years ago. And I fell in with a rough crowd of ECEs and decided to go back to school and do ECE, even though there's no money in it, because I believe in it. I believe really strongly in parent support. I believe in family resources. But when I stopped work, I even if, even if I could have found an infant spot, it would have sucked up so much of my income that it didn't make sense to me. Didn't make sense to me at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Davis, and thank you very much for coming in. Next deputant is Emiliano. Great, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to share my experiences about the Toronto licensed childcare system. My name is Emmy Yano, and today I speak as a parent. I have 2 wonderful little boys. Eden is 3 years old and Reed is 1 year old. Both Reed and Eden currently attend a licensed daycare. I have a few issues, however, that I would like to address. The first one is cost. The cost of daycare for my 2 boys is, get ready for this, $3,000 per month. $3,000. We had to use our line of credit to bridge the gap between coming off parental leave and starting daycare payments. Any financial planner will tell you that no single monthly expense should be $3,000. I'd also like to share that I was hesitant about speaking to you today, not because I'm nervous or scared of public speaking, but because the thoughts that went through my head were, will it make any difference? Will they even care? This issue may not resonate with you if you don't have young kids, but I know all of you can relate to how your income is spent. Imagine if $3,000 of your monthly net income was to pay just one expense amongst all the other costs. My friend Sarah has 2 kids and asked me to share her experience. We have always paid more than our mortgage for childcare, now going on 5 years and counting. It is debilitating. So I respectfully request that all councillors make childcare affordability a priority for the people of Toronto to bring immediate relief to the financial stress on my family and other Toronto families. My second issue is with the fee subsidy system. It is a really, really frustrating system to navigate. For both Eden and Reed, we applied for the subsidy as soon as I discovered I was pregnant. We had multiple phone calls to Children's Services, but got different answers each time about whether or not we would qualify. There was no way to confirm if we could get a subsidy until 3 weeks before my husband's parental leave ended. This made it enormously challenging to plan our budget and to figure out our childcare options when we didn't know how much we could pay. When we finally got our subsidy appointment, we were overjoyed to find that we qualified for a subsidy. It was such a relief. This joy, however, was quickly extinguished when we were told that, even though we qualified, there was no subsidy funding available at that moment, and that we would be put on a wait list for an unknown length of time. I almost started crying in that office, and I started to think, do I need to leave my job because we can't afford this childcare? My husband asked the caseworker to explain why there is no funding for us. She explained that each ward got a certain amount, and our ward, Ward 17, had run out of funding. It made me also wonder, what are other parents in my ward doing who can't afford childcare without the subsidy but are on the wait list? My family was able to make it work. It's very tight. But what are the options that other families are turning to? This brings me to my third issue, availability. Trying to find childcare spots for 2 kids is an awful experience. Any Toronto parent knows that you need to get on as many waitlists as possible, as soon as possible, for childcare. I'm sure any parent out there can relate to my feelings that my kids are my treasures. I wanted to find the best care available. Unfortunately, the reality in Toronto is that I had to accept any place that would have a spot for my kids. For Eden, I had to compromise for an unlicensed home daycare, as no other options were available in my neighborhood. And we had to pull him out and find other arrangements because it wasn't a good fit. And trying to find these spots when you're in the middle of working, trying to take care of a child, is really stressful. 3 years later, I'm still waiting for a spot for Eden at the licensed daycare closest to my home. Now with Eden and Reed, the only daycare that had spots for both my kids when we needed it, was a 30-minute walk from our house and our fourth choice for childcare. This is Toronto. Walking 30 minutes through the snow with 2 kids 3 and under is not much fun in the morning when you're trying to get to work. However, we still feel lucky that we got those spots. I don't think I should need to use the word lucky when talking about finding an affordable quality childcare spot. It should be the norm that affordable quality childcare is available for everyone that needs it. I think that's my time. So I'd like to come away from this meeting knowing that this input will be thoughtfully considered and that affordable and quality childcare
Yeah,
is
if
made
you could-
accessible as soon as possible.
Great.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant?
So you've done, yes, thank you very much for coming, and if there's any other way you can get the voices of other parents, that'd be very helpful.
Okay. I don't know how I'd get that to you because I actually have a whole list of comments from other parents that I didn't have time to go over.
Oh, you could submit them,
Okay.
because this will go to council.
Okay.
So between now and city council, if you wanted to submit them as well, that's possible too.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, I do. Oh.
Questions for the deputant? No?
No, yeah.
Thank you very much. Sean Meager? Maher?
Just, you know, it's like.
One of these days I'll get it right.
It's Irish names, no one can say them. One of the many challenges of the Irish. My name's Sean Maher. I'm the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto, and we conduct research to identify what data tells us about public policy choices, and we present those to the public and to public policy makers. And at times that evidence identifies issues with how the city plans to proceed. And of course, we come here a lot, raising those issues with you and with others across the city. There are also times that it means that I get to come here and congratulate the city on its insight and its foresight, and that's the case today. It's great that the province has stepped up and committed resources to the childcare sector, but an Ontario model for childcare will not serve Toronto well, and it will not spend the public's money wisely. We need a Made in Toronto solution because no other city, not Peterborough, not London, not Windsor, not Thunder Bay, is the child poverty capital of this country. In those cities, they don't have 1 in 4 children continuing to live in poverty. And this creates a staggering demand for subsidized childcare, demand that is vastly outstripping supply year after year after year, and in a particularly critical way this year, because the scope and depth of poverty in this city and the real cost of quality licensed childcare are twin challenges that make this a very, very important issue for Toronto to address in a Toronto-specific way. It really probably should be no surprise that the research in front of you today shows that at about 7,000 spaces, we hit the economic absorption capacity of unsubsidized childcare spaces. Think about the numbers. If you have 2 children in care, 2 little children in care, as I did 15 years ago, the cost is now about $40,000 a year. That is 90% of the median income of a single-parent family in this city. It is terrifyingly over 50% of the median income of all families in this city. This is not just a crushing burden on families, it is a massive drag on the labor force in this city. The same research that is guiding the the discussion that we're having today about a Made in Toronto solution shows that affordable childcare, really affordable childcare, could provide another 30,000 kids with care. That's a staggering contribution to the available labor force, and it lifts an incredible burden off the wide range of supports that the public needs to provide to families that can't join the workforce because they can't find affordable childcare. The smart money and the smart policy is on ensuring that not only that we have the spaces, but that people in the city, given such high rates of poverty, can actually use them. And that means we need to shape our strategy for investing in care and ask our partners at the province to give us the latitude to develop solutions that fit our real circumstances, our demand for spaces and our demand for subsidies. Thank you.
Any questions for the deputant? Anxious to leave? No? Thank you very much. Jane Mercer? Coming in 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, all committee members, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I usually identify where I'm from. I'd like to first of all identify myself as one of those rather rough ECEs that some of my colleagues behind are. I'm also a parent of 2 children that went through the childcare system, a wonderful experience in childcare from the age of 5 months to 11 years. I could barely drag them out. And that was almost 30 years ago, and I can still remember how that were the most expensive years of our lives as parents. Never mind university. That was the expensive time. I am, as you know, the executive coordinator of the Toronto Coalition for Better Childcare, and we advocate for families right across the city. But I still end up like stunned when I see these kind of stats. 75% of families are shut out. Like, I know that, Councillor Davis knows that better than anybody, but it's astounding that we have failed our young parents so badly for so many decades. What are those 75% of our young families doing? They are, number 1, leaving the city. They are, number 2, being driven into poverty. They are, number 3, making heartbreaking choices and opting for unlicensed care, which we know could well be illegal care, but all the blinkers are on from every level of government not to really go there. 75% of our families can't afford or get into childcare. This system is hurting, the families are hurting, and Toronto is hurting, because if council could see our families lined up waiting for childcare, it would make the Gardiner Expressway morning commute look like a breeze. Families are absolutely stuck, and they are not getting the support that they need. But the stars are aligned, we believe. We have the feds at the table for the first time in, I can't even remember how long. We have the province at the table with significant financial investment over the last number of years. And we have the city at the table here with a model that will be incredibly useful to you. So we're very pleased about that. We urge you to use it. We know you will use it. It will give you the opportunity to look at how do we make it more affordable for all of these and more subsidies for all of these parents, and really work to lift up our families. They are our workforce. Nobody wants, least of all, I do not want to live in a city that's 50 plus and only 50 plus. We need a young, vibrant workforce, and their children are Toronto's tomorrow's workforce. So this is an investment and a legacy project that is far more important than any other legacy projects you're looking at around the city. I'm going to urge you, though, based on the previous deputations, to do 3 things. One is congratulations for commissioning this model. We are excited to watch you use it. We think you will be able to present us with a number of good options. So that is number 1. Please move forward on the model with your staff as expeditiously as possible. Number 2, and this one is very critical and was referred to earlier, whilst we have this huge affordability gap, we also have what I would think is probably a record number of vacant spaces in the city. We have 4,000 vacancies because Children's Services put a freeze somewhere around the end of August. It was in effect from the beginning of September, supervisors tell me, and it has only just last week started to lift. Those are the most critical 6 weeks in the entire year when families expect to go back to school and start. There will be an awful lot of young students who did not get back to community college, into a master's program, into university. They missed their opportunity. They were on the wait list for a subsidy. They'd got a space. They'd done everything right. They got all of their paperwork in. They'd even been told they were going to get it. So this was a very critical time to put that freeze on. We were promised we would have a system that was flexible and nimble. There was nothing either flexible or nimble about this freeze. It really hurt. And finally, very quickly, this all comes back to money, and we are not going to let City Council off the hook. In the last budget, where you tell us we were flatlined, actually what happened is we got provincial dollars in, and then we got a 1% cut to our city dollars. And that's how you produced flatlined. That was not flatlined. That was the city taking 1% out of a childcare system it says it wants to grow and make more affordable. We're about to face another budget cycle, and our Children's Services Department has already been directed to find a 2.6% cut. You are not going to grow this system if you're making cuts where you think people can't see them, because the end result is the same. 75% of our families are shut out. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you, Jane, and thanks for your advocacy over the years. So there are some stars lining up, and we want them lined up well. And it looks like it will kind of roll out in the next year, right? The 17 to 18 budget from the feds. They'll do an agreement with the province. And so can you, you probably have this skinny, and I'm going to ask a similar question to staff. What's the pressure point right now? Is it investing in capital spaces? Is it using up the 4,000 as a first 4,000 empty spaces as a first blush if subsidies come along? Like, what's the pressure point where we can really, quote, make a strategic difference?
Well, I think, yes, we hope things are lining up. I know, not holding my breath that it's all going to click into place in 2017, 2018, but we're going to keep up the pressure. We want you to keep up the pressure. We hope that all aligns. In the immediate, as in now, this week, we have 4,000 vacancies, and that is shutting the next 4,000 people out at the same time as making it, leaving us with vacancies and making our childcare spaces less efficient and more costly. So our first act, we would ask you, should be fill every space. Start with every single infant space. So, I mean, we've got like 4,000 spaces, and I can't see this chart now, but about 200 of them are infant spaces. You could fill those by the end of the week. 720 are toddler spaces. Those could be filled by November. And, you know, there's two things we know about these kids, is they will grow up. So if we keep quickly, so we were horrified this year to find that we had a freeze on infant spaces, because we haven't had that in a long time.
Okay, got that. Next.
Well, that's it for now. For the immediate, it is fill those spaces starting from the bottom up.
Next.
The next is the budget. There is no way we can be having a 2.6% cut. It is absolutely outrageous. I mean, it's just, you can't be talking growth, working with all levels of government and using, I don't want to use the word modelling because it'll confuse everything, but modelling a behaviour at the city level that it does not set a good example. We're having a very hard time going back to the province and saying, put more money in, put more money in, put more money in, when I don't believe that the city has put one more dollar in for a decade of city dollars. Now, I'd be happy to be challenged on that, but I don't believe we've had more city dollars added. So that's, you know, we've got to do that. And so that's in November and December. That's the next move, is the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis?
Just one really quick question. But we do need to do both growth and affordability and do them together so that we can plan a system that has a rational expansion.
Yes, absolutely. So you can't do the modelling in a week. Even I know that. But that is definitely, we want you to go modelling both an affordability and so approach it from both ends.
Great.
For everybody.
And quality.
And quality, because otherwise, you know, we're putting our children at risk.
Great.
To build a system.
Thank you.
I can't hear the deputations. There's a baby in the room. Oh.
He is the deputant. She is the deputant.
So as Phoebe isn't able to speak for herself, I thought I'd tell you a little story.
Introduce yourself.
My name is Mike Layton. I'm Phoebe's father. I'm taking the opportunity to make the deputation today because we had a unique insight into this debate just this week. So I'll tell you, shortly after we found out we were going to have this little bundle of joy, we found a list of all the infant care spaces within a reasonable distance of our home, and we signed up for all of them. That was just a couple months into the pregnancy. She's 11 months now, so that was about 16, 17 months ago, and we just found out that we had a spot earlier this week on Tuesday. We were very lucky that the family before us decided not to pursue a spot at one of the childcare we had chosen. If they had, we wouldn't have a spot until earliest January. So I wanted to talk about two things, availability and affordability. There are clearly not enough spaces in this city for families to put their kids in proper care. If we have to get on a list just a month or two into the pregnancy in order to have a chance at getting a list at 12 months so that my partner Brett can go back to work, that is unacceptable. And it's unacceptable in my neighborhood, it's unacceptable in Etobicoke, in North Scarborough, and in North York. And the only tool we have for deciding where new spots are going to be built is an equity model, which is a fine model. And I don't mean to knock the notion of us making sure we have spaces across the city. The problem is we don't have enough anywhere. In Ward 19, we are at danger of losing a 100 children childcare spot. They don't have infant care, so I couldn't get on that list. But 100 childcare spots at one facility because the board is thinking and likely to sell the building in the next year. And we don't have the money to help them purchase it. We don't have the ability because in my ward, we are actually over our subscription for the equity model, which I understand and appreciate, and I know that we're working with a limited amount of funding. But the problem is we need to do something to address this. In other provinces, in other countries, work is being done that is actually helping families. Because you can imagine what happened last week when my wife is going back to work in 3 weeks and we don't have a spot. I was calling everyone. We were debating whether or not she should take unpaid leave and end up further behind on our bills and our mortgage. And that brings us to the affordability. My family is fortunate enough that we have two working parents that are making a decent living and able to pay for this. But I got to tell you, that's $1,700 a month that it's going to start charging, that we'll start to have to pay next month. quickly skyrockets to number 2 in our household expenses, second only to our rent. And we're going to have to do this for 3 or 4 years. You guys all make the same amount of money as I do. My wife works for, unless you have another business on the side, my wife works for a not-for-profit. You guys, some of you work for not-for-profits. You know that they're not known for having the highest wages. Think about what a $1,700 a month bill does to a family, and we're the ones lucky enough to pay. Imagine a family who could qualify for a subsidy and who wasn't able to get one. Just what is a $1,700 a month bill doing? I gotta tell you, if this report and if our federal government and provincial governments don't come to the table soon with some serious investments rather than just a small monthly check, Phoebe's not gonna have a sibling because we're not gonna be able to afford it. We already waited this long because we were just paying off our student bills. We'll pass one up to Joe. He's got space now because his are on the way out. You want one too? We're not taking any orders. I would like to just quickly thank staff. I won't be making a speech to this item. I would like to thank the city staff for their report. I know they're working hard in what is under very difficult circumstances, but we do need to call on the federal and provincial governments to do more in this regard. If a family like mine is barely finding a spot in downtown Toronto, is barely able to cover the cost because of how enormous they've become and how expensive it is to live in this city, then what is it doing to the families that don't have the same level of privilege that I've had? So thank you very much. You gonna say bye? Yeah, you're gonna say hi to everyone behind you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. Are there any questions for the deputant?
It's nap time.
No advice on child rearing, committee members? Choice of diapers? Books chosen at night? No? No advice? Councillor Cole? No? You're good? I thought you were going to be seeking parental advice on some. Oh, you were going to give some? Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, Councillor Layton. And Baby. Questions for, oh, actually, we have a presentation on this item, so we'll ask staff to do their presentation. I have canvassed committee members, and questions to staff on the presentation will also count as questions to staff. So there won't be questions to staff on the presentation and then another set on the report itself. It'll all be done in one group. So have we agreed to a time limit? What do you think, 10 minutes is?
We'll do our best. It's a fairly complicated issue, but I think 10 to 15, if that's okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to thank the deputations and really especially to the parents, to point out how much we do know and understand the frustration of dealing with a system that is far too small for demand and the importance of addressing affordability. Just as a reminder, the division did not arbitrarily freeze fee subsidies. We check our placement directive every week, and the reality is if we continue to place right now, we would exceed our budget allocation for the year. So we have been able to start placing infants again, but we're being very cautious in other areas because, quite frankly, we will exceed our budget allocation for the end of the year. So now to the study. In May 2015, Council asked us to report on a growth strategy for Toronto's licensed childcare system. We quickly figured out that in order to really report on growth, we needed to have some hard data around demand and affordability. But there's also, as a number of people have said, been a number of very good news stories come out in the last few months. The first is the federal government in its first budget announcing $500 million to establish a national early learning and childcare framework, with $100 million of that earmarked for Indigenous communities. In addition, just this September, the Ontario government announced the equivalent of 100,000 new spaces for children from birth to age 4. And it's important that in our discussions with the province, they have confirmed that these dollars are available for both capital and operating purposes, which means that they can be used to address affordability and fee subsidies. As the largest municipality in Ontario, Toronto generally receives 30% of provincial funding that's earmarked for childcare, and in this capacity, we're expecting upwards of $30 million if the 100,000 spaces translations into the cost that we would generally allocate to creating space. In addition to this, and something that's particularly important, the Ontario Ministry of Finance has projected that the population, the child population in Ontario and in Toronto will grow by 23% over the next 15 years, placing additional pressure on the child care system. So as I said, we quickly realized we did need to create an evidence-based growth strategy that really reflected demand. And the traditional ways that we've looked at demand are the fee subsidy wait list, which is currently at 18,000. But we also know that that is not true demand. A number of parents, simply because of the size of the list, do not put their names on it. Others have not heard about it, although we do try to reach out with information as much as we can. There's also wait lists just to get space for childcare centres, as Councillor Layton just talked about. We do not have a centralised wait list, so we're not sure how many individual families are on those lists, but we do have a directive from Council to look into this in 2017 to assess the feasibility of creating a master wait list. And then we have the labour force participation rate of women, and we know that this is severely limited as a result of access to childcare, to licensed affordable childcare, and we also know, and the study reaffirmed, that primarily women are the primary caregiver today. We also know from the Quebec introduction of affordable childcare that the statistics for women participating in the workforce rose considerably. So through an RFP process, we were able to retain a team of researchers headed by Dr. Gordon Cleveland next to me from the University of Toronto's Economic Department to look at the demand and affordability for childcare. So I wanted to highlight how exciting this research really was for us and for many other stakeholders who are eager to review the report. We're the first municipality that we know of that has embarked on this kind of research. This project has involved using the Statistics Canada Research Data Centre located in the U of T. It was also a unique partnership that Stats Canada had to create with the city to customize an agreement that would enable us to access this data. The model will continue to be available to the city as we explore affordable and growth strategies for the coming years. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cleveland, who will highlight the findings from the research, and then I'll conclude just by talking about our next steps from the city's perspective.
Thank you very much, Elaine. The team is all here. Dr. Krasinski, Susan Coley, Christine, Avery Nunez, all of us together worked on this. And the entire report included, I should say, also holding 8 focus groups around the city with people that either wanted to use or did use licensed childcare, and also doing a survey of Toronto families to get the most up-to-date information on the childcare arrangements used by families in Toronto. So what I think is true about this is that this is a quite unique model. We're very proud of it from the point of view of the research team, but it allows the city now to look at issues of the demand for childcare and the affordability of childcare, and both of those can be measured. We've all talked about affordability for years, but this is the first time really that affordability becomes an operational concept, an operational policy concept that could be measured so that it then becomes a standard by which you can look at one policy versus another policy, one way of going versus another way of going, and figure out whether or not a policy makes substantial improvements in affordability. And because there's both an affordability model and a demand model, that's linked to behaviors. So we can see in the model whether or not a change in, when you do change in affordability, you're going to change both the use of care by families, but also the employment, particularly full-time employment by the main caregiving parent that's affected. So all of those become forecasts and predictions out of the model based on statistics from Statistics Canada, which I could describe if you want to go into details. Anyway, what we have, because the base of the model is the census, the National Household Survey from 2011, we actually have specific data on 24,000 actual families that responded to the census in 2011. So we have extraordinary detail about the families that are likely to use, possibly could use, a licensed care at 0 to 5 years of age, and then we have another model at 6 to 9 years of age. So what it means is that the simulations and the forecasts that are done with this model are extraordinarily rich. They can answer questions that are really important for policy assessment. So the current situation is one in which we analyze the factors affecting demand. What we see is that, I guess not a big surprise, but it's nice to put numbers to it. The key factors that influence demand are the price, the fees for childcare, and the incomes of the individual parents that are trying to pay for the childcare. There are a number of other factors, like the number of children in a family, the age of the youngest child in the family, whether the main caregiving parent is an immigrant and how many years she's been in Canada, the family's ethno-cultural background. So there are taste issues or preference issues that influence the demand for childcare. But in addition to that, the biggest ones are the financial ones. Others have mentioned this, but when we put the measuring stick up less than 10% of net family income as a threshold for affordability, our model concludes that 75% of Toronto families, those with 0 to 5-year-old children, are currently not able to afford licensed childcare. Last point, as people have indicated, there is still some excess demand in the system for certain, as Councillor Layton talked about, for infant care. And this table here, which you might look at your leisure, indicates the results of the model in terms of what the current supply of care is, what the estimated current demand for care is by different age groups, and therefore where there is still some additional demand, but beyond those numbers, it totals up to about 7,000 across the city. Beyond that, without dealing with the affordability crisis, there will not be demand for childcare. So the value of this kind of modeling is to be able to look at the potential effects of policy changes. We ran a number of them through the model. This particular one is probably of great interest, which is what happens if you actually were able to fund subsidies for all of the eligible families. And what we calculated is that about 70% of Toronto's families would actually be eligible for some amount of childcare subsidy, not full subsidy. Only about 20% of the families that are eligible for subsidy would be eligible for a full subsidy, but a large number for partial subsidy. And in fact, the typical two-parent family would be receiving between 30 and 40% of the cost of childcare as a subsidy, given our projections of their income. So it would provide a substantial amount of financial assistance to families. It is one way to go. So the numbers there would be 29,000 additional users of licensed childcare if the city were able to fund all eligible families, and full-time employment of parents in the city would increase by about 13,000, most of them mothers. And the vast majority of benefits would go to low and middle-income families. So if we want to... The other simulations we ran through the model, putting a cap of less than 10% of family income on the cost that any family has to pay, or making a price per day capped at $20 per day per child for licensed childcare. The results of that can be seen here. Again, you're going to have to look at it at your leisure, but the first rather pinkish column indicates the current situation of supply in the city for children 0 to 5 years of age, and then down in the bottom half of the table, the amount of current employment of the main caregiving parent in those families. Then so the next 3 columns are the simulations and what the effect of the simulations would be. The first one, which we've just talked about, is the one where subsidies are made available for all eligible families. And you can see this dramatic increase in the use of licensed care. And down below in the bottom half of the table, this is on the yellow column, the dramatic increase in employment as a result of that. You can see the other simulations would have different effects, but again, the numbers are there so that one can make an assessment of the effects of policy. The final thing perhaps to notice about this is because it's such a rich model in terms of great detail about the families, we can look at who benefits, who loses, who is squeezed out. And the analysis that we've done suggests that middle-income families are indeed squeezed out by affordability. And right now, a smaller percentage of middle-income families are able to use licensed childcare in comparison to either low-income families, some of whom are able to access it because of the child care subsidy system, or the higher income families who may be able to afford it. So that's true in that pinkish column on the left. You look, those 3 numbers, 38, 29, 33, those are percentages of those families that are able to use licensed child care. And so the middle one is the lower one, middle income families are squeezed out. If the federal and provincial funding was, let us say, optimistically enough to allow all eligible families to receive subsidy, then a much larger percentage of low-income families would use licensed childcare. Middle-income families would benefit very largely. High-income families would not, of course, benefit so much from the improvement in the subsidy system. But other simulations, different policy changes that we talked about, you get a different distribution of benefits. And so what's intriguing here is that the city is able to identify what its policy objectives are, run potential policy changes through a model like this, and then assess, do I like the distribution of benefits? Do I like what happens in terms of employment and in terms of the effect on affordability? Is there a better way of doing it? We now at the city actually have the tools to be able to answer questions like this.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. I'll just wrap up by talking a little bit about what the implications are for growth in the City of Toronto coming out of this study. So as Dr. Cleveland mentioned, if nothing changes, costs and income remains the same. The ability to grow Toronto's childcare system right now would be about by 7,300 spaces. And we're beginning to see this play out right now. As I mentioned, we're at our subsidy ceiling. We cannot allocate many more subsidies without risking going over budget. And as a result, we're seeing the number of vacancies in the system increasing because parents are not getting subsidies to enter care, and middle-income families are not accessing care because of the costs. Population growth is another key stress that we do have to keep in mind. As I mentioned earlier, we expect the population to grow by 23% over the next 15 years, so by 2031. This is significant in terms of addressing the number of spaces that this would require. We would need to introduce an additional 10,600 spaces into the system. Now, we already know that 4,000 spaces are included in the city's 10-year capital plan for childcare, much of which is financed through the city, which leaves a deficit of 6,000 spaces. The cost of constructing these spaces, based on averages, is about $340 million, and that does not include the cost of purchasing land. Generally, we try to partner with other agencies or city divisions in larger projects or with the boards of education so that land is not an issue. Moving on to with this also, if we're increasing the number of spaces, there's a requirement also to increase the number of fee subsidies to ensure that we maintain 40% of the system being having access to fee subsidies, which is the current norm. So this is not projecting greater use of subsidies, it's maintaining the current breakdown of the system. This would require another 8,400 subsidies at a cost of $95 million. If the city were to maintain its 20/80 cost share ratio with the province, it would be a $19 million municipal investment that would have to be annualized. However, the news is not all bad, as we've said. We are at a unique time where we have a federal government interested in getting back into the childcare game. We have a provincial government that's very committed to increasing the number of spaces. And I think it's a real opportunity for us now to go off and produce a Made in Toronto approach to growing childcare in this city. The key message that, from our perspective, that must be delivered to our federal and provincial partners is that Toronto must be given the flexibility to determine the best allocation of resources between capital, fee subsidies, and possibly affordability measures to ensure that we're getting the biggest bang for that investment in the City of Toronto and that we are maximizing the benefits to as many families as possible. Just to wrap up, I would like to thank Dr. Cleveland and his team for this work. It's been an incredible experience, and I also have to thank Brendan and my team, Karen, Lorraine, and others for the great work they've done in supporting this. It's been really quite the experience for us all, and we're very excited about the opportunity to really do some modeling and figure out what our best way forward is in growing childcare in Toronto. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. There are some questions, and as a reminder, this will count as questions for staff on the item. I think Councillor Cole's hand went up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Obviously, I'm not pleased about your surname right now, Dr. Cleveland, but we'll look past that. Just two questions. You touched on the middle income squeeze, as it was called, and certainly anecdotally, in my own experience, and many of my peers, you hear about that, and the kind of the constant call we would get to my office, and maybe other councillors would be the same, is that I'm not eligible for any subsidies. I can't afford the alternatives. What do I do? Is there, with the modeling you have done, is there one scenario that you see addresses that more than others, and is one that we should be kind of focusing in on as policymakers?
There's not one that I think I would feel comfortable recommending right now. The cap at 10% of income certainly has the greatest impact on the lower and middle income families. But we do need to do additional modeling. There's a number of ways that we support childcare. There's the fee subsidies for clients, so we could certainly expand access to fee subsidies, and it does reach middle-income families with the formula that's involved. The issue is having enough subsidies available. We could work with the province to have the subsidy formula amended so that it is more generous in terms of what families are eligible for full fee subsidies. So, for example, now if a family makes $20,000 or less, they're eligible for a full subsidy. Perhaps that should be $30,000. That would be something that we'd have to work with the province to have amended because it's a legislated formula. And then the third way is we do try to invest base funding in childcare operators, specifically those operators that have care for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers, because that's the most costly care to provide. And the purpose of that base funding is to reduce costs for all families. So what we're really trying to find, as I'm using somebody else's words from earlier, is that sweet spot between balancing fee subsidies and base funding so that we're addressing access for middle-income families and also continuing to ensure access for the more vulnerable families.
And my assumption is that most of the analysis that's been done in this instance, and probably more in general, is looking at childcare from a perspective as a full-time, full-day childcare, as opposed to the need, again, that I currently live with of meeting the kind of partial, part-time childcare to round out the school day. Is that correct?
Well, for 0 to 4-year-olds, it's full-time care. For children in kindergarten and school age, it's before and after school care. So the numbers in here focus primarily on that age group from 6 to 9. And there's been considerable growth in the number of programs available for the kindergarten group as a result of full-day kindergarten. We now have a directive from the province to work with the school boards in expanding before and after school programs for school-age children. So the number of those programs will increase. The city, by legislation, is required to make fee subsidies available to those programs. However, if there's not more dollars earmarked for fee subsidies, there simply is not subsidies available. So that's the challenge.
And just my last kind of more general question is, often in any kind of conversation, and with this work you've done here around childcare, we look to other places in the world, and often I hear cited national or maybe provincial. You hear about Quebec kind of models. I don't think I often hear about other cities specifically that we would want to emulate or borrow from. Are there ones that we have looked to?
We've done many studies on other cities, and we do look at them regularly, and there's also a lot of data that's published in terms of ranking childcare programs worldwide. I think generally the programs that are most touted tend to be the Northern European ones, where they're,
national.
They're national and practically universal. In Canada, I don't think Quebec is certainly a good example in terms of addressing the affordability and showing what addressing affordability does to access. There are other problems with that system in terms of quality. There were cost issues. It used to be a flat $7 a day, initially $5. Now it's on a sliding scale up to $25 a day. The basic problem with programs like that is it certainly helps vulnerable families and middle-income families. Some families that can afford to pay closer to the actual cost of care are getting a fairly good deal on it, and you still continue to require fee subsidies. There will always be those families that can't pay the $7 a day. So while it does address affordability to a certain extent, it's not perfect.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. I have a couple of questions. I don't see within the report references to federal programs that are in flux, and I believe that's the child care benefit paid directly to families and the provisions of the Income Tax Act, which provide for the clipping of child care receipts and a tax credit back against your refund. Was that not taken into consideration when you were calculating true costs to families when budgeting for their daycare needs?
Yeah. I'll try and answer that one. The model includes absolutely everything, federal and provincial. There's a lovely software program put out by Kevin Milligan from University of British Columbia, which calculates the taxes and the social benefits that go to any family based on their family situation. So when we're dealing with what the cost of childcare is in the report, it is the net cost of childcare with the childcare expense deduction and so on taken into account, and all the benefits. It's done as of 2015, so it didn't include the new reforms of the Liberal government federally to the child benefit, but it does include the previous one that it replaced. So as the models gets updated, it will be right on in terms of the actual economic situation of families. So when the measure of affordability is done, it is a net of tax and net of benefits. How much money does the family have available to purchase childcare?
Because the funds are coming in so many different ways, either direct subsidy, indirect subsidy, tax credit. It's an extremely complicated formula to see what the true and real cost is of childcare. And as a father of 4, I know how difficult it was over the years to manage that within a household.
Yeah, it is. It is complicated.
The one thing perhaps I could add is, in looking at this issue, the main thing to realize is that addressing the cost of care from the perspective of what it costs to actually deliver is very difficult to adjust. 80% of the cost of care is on salaries, and those salaries are modest. If we were to try to reduce those costs, it generally would come out of the salary line and would result in the use of less qualified staff, which tends to cause program quality to deteriorate. So the main thing is to look at how to address affordability be in ways other than by reducing the costs that are incurred by the childcare operators.
Just very quickly, this is your chart on Table B, I guess, page 6. There's a reference to kindergarten. Is that chart? I'm assuming that's all-day kindergarten delivered in public schools. Table B?
That would refer to the before and after school childcare component of that, so the licensed childcare component to support children before they go to school and after the school day ends.
So the 11,969 kids, those are in all-day kindergarten?
That's our 2015 number. They would be in kindergarten from 9 to 3 and in childcare outside of those hours.
So the 1,600 shortfall, is that for the after-hours program, or is that for the all-day kindergarten?
That's for the childcare program before and after school.
Before and after. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much for your work, Dr. Cleveland. So the three models are models that were examples of different ways one could assess affordability and demand and how it generates demand. Is that right? They're three different approaches.
Yes. From the point of view of the study team, those were ways of demonstrating what the model what its capabilities were.
Okay.
Right? We weren't trying to recommend either one or the other way. That wasn't the intent, but rather to say, okay, what do you now have in front of you? What can it possibly do to deal with the affordability issue?
So, the option one, which was intended to look at offering for all eligible families based on the current eligibility guidelines, which are pretty restrictive. I mean, they can go up, but they are pretty restrictive in terms of the proportion of people who would get a partial subsidy. Yes, it's pretty restrictive.
Yes, they're based on the current Ontario rules.
Policy, right.
Yeah.
The second two models, I don't understand quite. If you used a cap of 10% of family income, then you'd say, just to think of it in a particular childcare center, or that would generate so much revenue, and so government would have to subsidize the difference, and they could subsidize that difference in either a direct funding approach or some other way. Is that right?
Yes, that would be correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then the final one is the same, really. It's a cap, but it's a flat kind of dollar cap.
Yes.
As opposed, so it then subsidizes higher income families more, basically.
Well, okay, but there's interesting subtleties here, right? So 10% of family income means if you've got 4 children instead of 3, it's still 10%. But if it's $20 a day, an extra child costs you $20 a day. So actually, there would be different effects on different families.
And so if we're to develop a strategy in Toronto, we need to look at these models, play them out, and come up with our own approach that is consistent with our policy priorities, or is based on changes to our policy priorities, or and then develop a plan for growth. We could use your model to do that. That's the idea, right? Yeah. Or maybe I should ask Elaine that. But you need to work through these various models if we're going to build a longer-term growth strategy.
We do. Yes, we do. And we also, there's 2 different scenarios. We need to work through the models within the current provincial legislation and guidelines to see what the opportunities are. And then there may be better, more creative opportunities, but they may require legislative changes.
Okay.
So I think there's probably a short-term and a longer-term strategy. We definitely have much more flexibility in terms of how we allocate our resources from the province.
Okay. So you've seen my motion.
Yes.
And it asks you to do just that. It suggests the date of, it was going to be February, but there isn't a February meeting, so early March. Is this a reasonable time frame for you to come back to us with a report?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay. And I guess that's That's it. You probably will need additional and ongoing support. I presume you've got the resources to be able to do that?
Within our operating budget, we do have resources for technical expertise, such as Dr. Cleveland, so yes.
If you need it, you can get it.
We can access
This is
it,
complicated work and
it's
model
a
that we would
proprietary
need.
model, so we would need to get some assistance.
Okay. And the freeze, just to remind us, this year, we were supposed to have, I know the cost per space are different and you're always juggling, but 29,000 spaces. Are you saying we have fully allocated our,
we have
to fully allocate the budget? We froze them right in September?
We did not freeze. We started to reduce our placements in the summer when we saw, we check our budget projections weekly. We get statistics daily. And we know that when you start to slow down placements because you're getting close to the budget ceiling, it takes a number of months for the system to actually adapt. We have a budget for just over 2,600,000 subsidies. We had been putting more than that into the system as full-day kindergarten got implemented, but we are nearing our full budget allocation, and that's why we had to slow down.
Right, and currently, there are no subsidies that we know of that are going to come with the expansion of, the required expansion of school-age after-school programs?
No, that's something we have to continue to advocate for if we're going, and that's one of the recommendations in our report. As we expand spaces, we must expand money
And
for
we approved in the
affordability.
2016 budget 200 spaces over 2 years.
Right.
And a 5-year plan to take the childcare budget off its reliance on the reserve and move into a fully sustainable budget over 5 years. That's what council decided, is that correct?
That's correct.
I won't ask you the next question, which is the obvious, about minus 2.6%. I guess we'll see that soon. Thank you.
Yes, we know the answer, so we don't have to ask the question. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, so just building a little bit on Councillor Davis's question. So at the end of the day, what we're doing here, so we have some ways of understanding how subsidies can be managed. You're going to report, sounds like in early March, on what model will be applicable to us. So that's what we're doing at City Hall. And the province and the federal government, they're working out how they're going to spend their, whatever, $500 million, and I think $100 million for the province, something like that?
The province simply said 100,000 spaces.
100,000 spaces, okay. So they're working out their arrangement. By March, we will probably know what that means for Toronto. Would that be correct?
I hope so. Obviously, I can't guarantee that, but I think in the interim, we have to keep reiterating to the province that any money that flows to the city, we have the flexibility to determine how it's invested.
Okay,
And ideally, this model will help us give them advice in terms of how to structure it.
So winter, spring, whatever, we will know the deal that they have made between, the arrangement that they have made between the province and the feds, and what that means for Toronto. We'll have the model as to how we would kind of roll it out, both on the, and I guess this report in March will also flesh out capital requirements and operational requirements as well.
Yes, and I would suggest that the capital requirements will be at a fairly high level. In terms of where we would invest in the city, we will need to update our capital plan in terms of allocating resources across the city, and I think we need to wait till we get the new Stats Canada data in the spring in terms of the child population. We suspect child population across the city has changed quite materially from 2011, and it will likely change a little bit how we allocate resources.
Okay, so from the point of view of the parent in the neighborhood, should they start to see some opening up of the system? And you know, when you do the math, that the province wants 100,000 spaces, it's 500 million, and we're 1/10 the population. Like, those are major dollars then coming to Toronto, which will put a major dent in the waiting lists.
It could. It depends on how quickly the dollars flow. The provincial commitment, for example, is over 5 years, and how quickly we can access partnerships and space to build new spaces. But I'll remind you, Councillor, just to grow the system to address the population growth, counting subsidies and capital, is over $400 million.
Annual, one time?
300-odd million is one time, 95 million would be annual, 19 million would be the city's share.
Right, right.
If we
Okay, yes,
maintain that
As per your chart on
2080.
page 8, right?
That's correct.
Right. Okay, that's good, thank you.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Councillor Fletcher, questions for staff?
Thank you. I'm just, sorry, very interested in what I see in this report around the economic impacts of childcare at the same time. Your University of Toronto division, is that something, Department of Management, something that you are also able to look at a little more deeply as far as the overall impact to Toronto's economy of having childcare and our workforce development? Or is that some other department at University of Toronto that could do that? I'm just interested in that area of expertise and that.
Yeah, certainly the report doesn't try and deal with that, but it certainly would be possible to look at the economic impacts. I mean, what's nice about the model is it does provide a lot of the raw materials that would be necessary for an assessment of the overall economic impact, and so I think it could be done, yeah.
So the economic impact of having childcare, not having childcare, the workforce development opportunities, let's just say the loss to the economy of 13,000 people not working, the benefits to the economy of adding a certain number of people into the workforce, that is work that could be done.
Yes.
And so we might not be starting with a model on how much each is costing. It would be the next couple of tiers up, as this is what it's costing not to have properly funded childcare to our economy.
Right.
And I don't know, perhaps Ms. Baxter-Tahir could answer that. We're now looking at the city with 30,000 new people moving in. We're having a ward boundary review because we have so many new people coming into the city. We are planning for 30,000 new Torontonians every year in our official plan. At what place does planning for the economy, maybe this is a question for the Deputy City Manager, how in that are we planning for childcare? At what juncture is that part of our thinking? If we're talking about 30,000 people, how many children is that? What are the needs going to be for childcare? What does that mean to the economy overall? Because we have a large planning approach to that, but I don't see that we have the overall economic approach at this point.
So in terms of the planning for the growth, we are heavily involved in the planning division's work in terms of intensification downtown and across the city. And we're certainly, the needs of childcare are reflected in the official plan as well as in the development charges bylaw. Our service plan does try to address that. I think internally, Councillor, you raise a very good point in that we could do work with our economic development division and perhaps Dr. Cleveland to really better articulate what the economic impact of having and not having affordable childcare is in terms of the city's economy and its workforce development.
Yeah, and the last thing, we have Cortio, the downtown study,
Yes.
realizing so many people are moving in. But as Councillor Layton said, we have our equity model. We're flatlining and moving childcare spaces out. How has your division worked with planning vis-a-vis the fact that our large numbers of people, young people, are in the basically Yonge Street corridor?
So I'm on the executive committee for the that intensification plan, and I have a number of staff on the various working groups, so we are fully engaged. I should clarify, though, that we are not moving spaces out of downtown. Our capital plan is simply trying to develop spaces in those areas of the city where they don't have even the bare minimum. One of the things that I just mentioned in the presentation is once we get the new Stats Canada data of where the child population is located in Toronto, we suspect material changes, and we will be updating how we deal with our equity and how we manage our capital once we get that data. The child population data, we've been told, will be out in the spring.
So you're just underscoring how important that census actually is,
And
planning for everything.
And I should point out, I just got reminded that the Planning Division was also on the advisory committee around this study.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions for staff? Well, we can go to speakers then. I understand. Councillor Davis, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a motion that Councillor Fletcher will move on my behalf, if you don't mind putting on the screen. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you, everyone involved in bringing forward what really is, as was quoted in the press, a groundbreaking report. It, for the first time, will give us some tools to identify what the demand is for childcare and how that demand is affected by the most critical factor, which is the cost. And when we know that, it will allow us to actually plan how we can grow the system, which everyone agrees is inadequate in so many ways to serve the needs of our families, to give women equitable access to the workforce, and to have an impact on our local economy, and of course, give good quality childcare to our children. So what this says is it amends a very small amendment in the first recommendation that says, yes, we should talk about capacity, and that's growth, and affordability, but we can't forget quality and equity, which are those things that are fundamental to our policy today. I also think that we should be asking to be at the table. We have asked before, and when I think of the years where we said Toronto should be at the table, we have the second largest system in this country, and we have the only province that has a municipal role. And I think Toronto should be there to give input while these discussions are taking place, in whatever format and whatever opportunity that may be. And lastly, recommendation 4 replaces the recommendation that was in the report, and it does two, I think, small things. One is it says, develop a 5-year plan. The provincial government has said this funding that's coming is going to be over 5 years. I think 5 years it would be better if it were a 10-year plan, but a 5-year plan will match what we think the province has said in the throne speech they're going to do. It does include the suggestion that obviously we consider the data from the demand study. But it also takes into consideration that we anticipate what the federal and provincial dollars might be in advance of hearing from the province and the federal government what they're going to give us and what they're going to spend it on. And I think we need to get out in front. We need to say to the province and to the federal government, we know what we need to do here in Toronto. We know and we understand the issues that affect parents. We know what the challenges are to grow. And what this report says so clearly is you just can't build spaces. They will sit empty if we don't address the fundamental issue of parents being able to pay for it. So there are various ways we can address affordability, and this report request also asks us to look at those And Dr. Cleveland's report sets 3 different ways, but those can also be looked at more closely. Do we have to look at the eligibility for childcare? I think the part-time question has to really be addressed. We have a workforce that is part-time and precarious work, and people don't even know if they're working tomorrow. And we have a childcare system that's a 9-to-5 full-time model. And we have tried, I know I have pushed over the years, to figure out how we operate the system and fund this system that allows for more flexibility for families who may not choose but are being forced to work part-time. And we have to find solutions to that as well. But our growth strategy, this is an opportunity right now, and there are many times when we have been close, very close. And I do think this time, once more, our optimism is up a little bit. It's going to depend on whether the provincial government actually phases this money in a way that we can see some tangible results or not. But the money is big, if this is what we think we're going to get. And we anticipate we're going to get potentially $180 million from the federal government. And if you calculate the 100,000 spaces the provincial government has talked about, that could be the equivalent of $3 billion. And our portion would be 1/3. Now that's a lot of money.
Councillor Davis, you're over 5 minutes, if you could wrap up.
Okay, I will wrap up. So we don't want a bunch of money that we just get told how to spend. We want a plan. We want it to serve the needs of our families and our city, and we've got the capacity to do it. So let's do it and tell the provincial government and federal government what we need. And thanks again for everyone and our staff and everyone involved, and for the parents who came down to speak today, and advocates. You've been at it for a long time. We have been at it for a long time.
We could probably handle one more speaker, and then we're going to adjourn for lunch. Sorry? Oh, we won't be able to finish the item. I have to leave right at 12:30, and we have, I assume...
Releases before lunch, so we could just agree to finish and take quick.
Well, Councillor McConnell has asked to speak, and I have motions. I don't think it's going to be done in 4 minutes.
And to finish.
I have to leave.
Oh, you have to leave, so there's quorum. That's fine.
I have to leave at 12:30.
Okay, got it.
It's an important issue. We shouldn't rush.
So why don't we just do the releases and come back and have it more, instead of cutting the speaking.
Okay, so we have some, Councillor Fletcher, you would like to release a couple of items?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Well, we can do that, and then we'll
15.
So we'll hold down the childcare item. We'll come back to that after lunch, and we'll do a couple of quick releases now.
Yes, I'm just going to release 15.8, which is 250 Davenport. Moving it, yeah. I'm releasing it. You can move it. The chair can move it.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
And then number 4, on the outdoor ice rink program strategy, I have a motion I worked with on staff.
Motion?
And release that. Just to add to what was looked at, a little more management for the public of how we're managing the facilities when things are happening. So the general managers agreed, everybody's happy?
That's flooding and maintenance schedules.
Correct. Schedules, yeah.
Would a
Oh,
friendly...
no, that includes the schedule, and it also includes the reporting out. So it's not just the schedule. It's everything.
All right, all those in favor? It's carried.
Thank you.
Great. Enjoy lunch. We'll see you. We'll recess until 1:30.
Mr. No, it's not going to happen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Try, but because
I'm sorry, Councilor Mahavik, did you?
Going to release Joe? Joe? Joe, are you releasing something? Joe, are you releasing something with the motion?
Well, I do have.
We're already done.
After lunch.
Why don't we just reopen, reconstitute?
Attention, if we could get everybody to leave the room, security's going to come and lock the doors, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thanks. Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Thank you. Attention, please. Would members of the Community Development and Recreation Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. I've never seen such a hero's welcome for a committee member before as the one that greeted Josh Cole when he walked in. We are currently on 15.2, Growing Toronto's Licensed Childcare System.
Mr. Chair?
I believe we were on speaker's list. And Councillor Mahevik, were you?
Well, just so that we can get some real work out of staff, we could let them go if you're willing to deal with a quick release of 15.7. I don't think there's an additional motion written.
Be happy to do a quick release for 15.7, winter readiness and update on shelter occupancy. Committee members, that's okay? We can release that now? There is a motion. It's called the $2 million motion.
It basically says that if the numbers go absolutely crazy, that they don't have to come back here to council to be able to access that fund. I wrote this with staff, frankly. to make sure that, frankly, that there's no one on the street if it gets really bad.
All right, well, as I said to Councillor Mahavik, normally we should send this to the budgetary process, but it's here, so let's be decisive and support it. All those in favor? Carried. Oh, sorry, the item is amended? The item is amended. All those in favor? It's carried. And yes, I didn't think staff would turn down $2 million, but. So we can go back to 15.2, Growing Toronto's Licensed Childcare System. We were on speakers lists, and Councillor Mahavik, were you? No? Councillor McConnell, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for agreeing to let me speak after my time, because we've been busy with a lot of different things. This is perhaps, in my view, one of the most important discussions that we're going to have, which is how do we make sure that children who grow up in Toronto have access to affordable and high-quality childcare before they enter school, and how do we make sure that all children enter school on an equal standing. I think we've done, as the person who's responsible for working with all of you around anti-poverty work, you know, I think that if you put a poverty lens on this, there's two parts and two components, and you'll be surprised at what the second one is. I think the first one is obviously to make sure that those people who cannot afford to send their children to childcare have good number of subsidies and spaces to get in. But the second one is about affordability as well. And as a grandmother and watching through this second round of childcare, I can see that it's exceedingly difficult for even professional families to afford proper childcare for their children. $2,350 is not okay to look after our children. It is not okay. And what will happen is very clear, and we're seeing in this report what is happening, and that is that those parents, the ones that are not getting subsidized, are divided kind of into middle income, and middle income cannot in any way afford $2,350. I mean, that is a mortgage payment, a large mortgage payment for a lot of young couples. And so they decide one of two things. Simply, it's off the range, and they'll go to somebody in the neighborhood or somebody else who will not give supervised and proper child care. And I can say from watching our city staff deliver programming to now 2 of my grandchildren that you cannot get better childcare. It's just not possible. And in addition to that, the work that's gone on through the poverty reduction of ARC and recreation and childcare, and the ARC program is remarkable, because for many of those middle-income families, they don't need before childcare; they need after. And so this is a very workable. It's a great program, and I encourage us to move into more of those programs in our communities, because it is a really good option. But the second part of it is, what about the higher end? So the higher end, you know, they can stretch maybe to pay another mortgage payment. You know, it's only for a couple of years. It certainly makes a difference in all of these families who are non-subsidized paying families, full fee paying families. But at the end of the day, I wonder what people are going to decide. Like, is it just better to have somebody at home, a nanny, who would take care of your kids and make your dinner when you come home? And so what does that mean in our child cares? So when we talk about housing, we talk about mixed income housing and why that builds better communities. And I would argue that when we talk about childcare, like school, we need to have mixed income children working together. That's the strength of our Toronto. So when I look at it from a poverty perspective, what I say to you is, if we hive out everybody else who is either middle income or higher income, then what we do is we isolate our children who are living in poverty. So I would recommend, not today, but I recommend to you that in fact we have to stop the increase of these fees, whether that means freezing them and just kind of figuring out how to stop it over a longer period of time, as we've done in other situations, or whether we look at kind of a reduction in the way in which we target. But $2,350 a month to look after a child it may be the cost of how much it costs to look after a child well. It may be all of those things, and this is the Cadillac service, and I'm not recommending anything further lower than that. But what is true is it's unaffordable, and it's unaffordable for every single parent who is not from a subsidized position. So this is a part of the system that we need to deal with. The other part of the system is we need to be able to make sure that when mums or dads are ready and required to go back to work, that there's a child care space available, a system in which we can match those dates. In Sweden, when you have a baby, do you know that they give you the date of your child care starting? I mean, it's a very interesting, and somehow they manage that. But it has been really stressful and problematic in 4 examples. I'm not going to give you them all, but 4 examples in the daycare where my grandson is. All 4 families were stuck in a situation where one family needed it in April, but that family was given to April, and another one that would have meant they had to go back to work early, another one couldn't have gone back to work. When you're dealing with professional families, middle-income families who are working, they need to be able to get back to work, and they shouldn't be having to pay $5,000 to put a child in daycare for 2 months because they're going to go back early.
Councillor McConnell, we're almost at 6 minutes, if you could.
So that's my suggestion, is that you tackle this issue of affordability and of freezing this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Any other speakers? Councillor Thompson, I believe, is here for the Toronto Newcomers Strategy item.
Oh, all right, thank you. I did just give the clerk a motion, an extra motion. I have the one that I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Davis. That is up there. And then I have one that I sent.
So we want to see your motions,
Councillor Davis
right?
one
Okay,
is
so
coming up there.
Yeah, we'd like to.
I believe that she's worked on that. She's not here with staff, and everyone is fine with that. And then I have another one that I just sent. The clerk may have gotten confused with Councillor Davis's. It requests the Deputy City Manager to assess the impact of affordable childcare on Toronto's economy and report to the appropriate committee. I'll leave that. I've now tabled it verbally. It can be typed up while I'm speaking and put up after this one. If you'll indulge me in that way, Mr. Chair. Is that all right if we do it like that?
Sure, we're just waiting for the second motion. Is that the
I
problem?
was just going to wait and speak, and while
Go
Carol
ahead.
gets that ready.
Yep,
Okay.
we're flexible here.
I know you are. Thank you. I really want to stress, and I was very happy to hear Mr. Cleveland say that he believes there's more work to do, could either be done through that management division at U of T or another location, another body such as that, to really look at the importance of childcare as an economic feature of our economy in Toronto. And I really appreciate when the deputants come. I do remember a deputant who said we were looking at where we would relocate. My husband was being moved by his corporation, and I really wanted to go to Montreal because I knew that there was childcare and I could easily go to work. So while we're looking at the impact financially on families, and we're looking at the rates and the fees and the whole system, which I think we all understand is an incredibly complicated system that's grown up over a long period of time, that has been fought for, first by parents, then the daycare movement, and I have to pay tribute to Councillor Davis. Her entire working career has been an advocate for affordable childcare. She continues to be that to this day. It's very important to have people who are as knowledgeable and as clear as Councillor Janet Davis. The part that I think we're missing from the city side is the role of childcare, not the childcare centers, not our fee structure, the role of childcare in a mature economy. And the fact that we saw there's 13,000 people who aren't working or who could work or be contributing to the economy, bringing in money to the economy. Yes, they'll be paid, but they'll also be paying into the economy if they had childcare. That's the economic impact that we haven't looked at. That is the economic impact that they looked at in Quebec when they moved to a different system. Our full-day childcare, full-day learning really was the beginning of trying to set up that system. There is still not that system in Ontario. I want to be here when the Board of Trade comes to City Hall and says, we need childcare because the workforce in Toronto needs to be developed. Childcare is part of workforce development. Childcare is part of economic development. Because of the immediacy of it, it's about getting a place for our children as soon as we've got a chance to go back to work. It's very immediate. As parents have told us, what am I going to do? I've got to go back to my job. Can I afford this? Can I not afford this? We have to factor in the money. Affordability, very important. But I feel overall that it is people using childcare, childcare centers, childcare advocates, and not the overall people that believe they are, I'll call them the commanders of the economy, the mayor of the city, all the committees, maybe the executive committee that has to say from this city, we need to have this system here for our citizens. It's like having half of the roads not operational. In the city of Toronto, we would not put up with that for a minute. So I am very happy our chair is here from Economic Development and that our DCM is here. How we can kind of lift this up from the really pressing questions that are in front of us to take this out.
If you could.
And I see that. And so that is my real aim, goal. I think I say that every time, and that's why I have moved this motion. Thank you, because it's now done.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I have a...
I would say, can I just, the impact and importance, the importance and the impact of affordable childcare.
Yes, there is a motion here from you.
Yes, I'm just editing it as I'm speaking.
Oh, would you like to edit it?
Yes, the importance, the economic and social impacts
And importance.
and importance. Thank you. I'm getting some editors here.
Okay, we will make that correction.
We'll just have, if you don't mind, since we're back here.
Do not mind at all. I also have a couple of minor amendments.
I'm just waiting for that one to go back up with the changes.
Which will graciously...
I don't know if the clerk heard
graciously put on the screen. Great. Just the first part is an amendment to recommendation 1. We cannot forget about the fourth level of government, which is, of course, our local school boards, and the vital role that capacity building and site provision play in our school systems. And recommendation 2, very important whenever request for funding takes place, that we make sure that it keeps pace with the annual rate of inflation, or we fall further and further behind in our programming. As a father of 4, I understand all too well that perhaps the most vital social program over the last generation was childcare, making it safe, making it accessible, and making it affordable. Also important to realize that it is not just a mechanism for workforce opportunities and being able to choose or not to choose a career, but also it plays an excruciatingly important role when it comes to educational attainment and the ability for people to go back to school, to upgrade their skills, to get new degrees, and educational attainment continues to be the #1 way to move social classes and to get out of poverty and to enhance one's financial well-being. And daycare plays a crucial role in allowing people to go back to school or to continue in school and not leave prematurely because of a lack of childcare. Certainly not really mentioned in these discussions is, of course, when it comes to educational attainment, is one of the great social challenges of the 2000s is the growing number of idle men who are either underemployed or out of work completely. And many of these men are the caregivers in the home now, and their ability to get back into the workforce, to improve their personal lot, is often driven by the availability of affordable and safe daycare, so they too have those same opportunities. Just wanted to thank staff for their work on this file. This is a very expensive city. That's why when you're hit with another surprise bill of very expensive daycare, it hits doubly because of all the other expenses that we're paying in this city. So it is important that we work with all levels of government to make sure that we have not just the volume of spaces, but the affordability of spaces that many families need. So we have a few motions in front of us.
Mr. Chair, could we just clean up the land? Because technically, local school boards aren't an order of government. Maybe they're a governmental body, and that the governmental body, local school boards.
Well, we could debate it if you want to start quoting the School Act, or if you want that change. What would you suggest?
And that the governmental body, comma, local school boards play a vital role in building. I'm not going to go to war on it, but is that okay? If not, keep it.
It's fine. If that keeps peace in the family, I'd be happy to support it.
Okay.
Just a reminder, local school boards do have their own elections with elected representatives.
They're not a government.
Sorry?
They're not a government.
Right, but they are an elected.
They're a governmental body.
They are, as our municipalities are creatures of the provincial government as well.
But we want that in.
So we have Councillor Fletcher's motions. Why don't we vote on those?
As a package.
Want to take them all as a package?
Yep.
Okay. So we're going to take them all as a package. Councillor Cole, that's okay? We take all the motions as a package and then the item is amended. All those in favor is the motions of the motions? I like recorded. Recorded?
And this was on the amendments.
On the amendments as a package.
All those in favor, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Mihevc.
And the item is amended. All those in favor? Oh, another recorded vote? Yes, that's right. Another recorded vote?
All those in favor of the item as amended, Councillor Cole, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Pasternak, and Councillor Mihevc. Carried.
Great, thanks very much. Next on the list is the skateboard strategy. Yeah, we have a deputant. Migs Partula. He's chairman of the Toronto Skateboarding Committee. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Great. Thank you very much for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so Ariel here, he's a co-member. He will be speaking on our behalf.
Hi. My name is Ariel Stagny. I'm an executive member of the Toronto Skateboarding Committee. I also have with me Migs Bartula and Nick Pierre. They're co-chairs of the Toronto Skateboarding Committee. The TSC came together in 2013 to promote and enhance skateboarding in Toronto. Through consulting with the local skateboarding community and associated stakeholders. We want to start by thanking city staff and Parks Department for carefully working with us. And we also want to thank councillors who have supported us in forming our committee and in supporting us in working with city staff. So this strategy is important because it lays out context and helps us support skateboarding, including offering structural support for the development of future skateboarding facilities. This strategy has also proven itself valuable for us as skaters and as a committee because as a group, skaters tend to resist organizational structures, and partnering with city staff to produce this strategy has provided us with great reason to get our community and ourselves more organized. The TSC now serves skaters across the city as a unified voice to address skateboarding-related issues. Through countless consultations, we collaborated very closely with Parks Department in the production of the Toronto Skateboard Strategy. The Toronto Skateboarding Committee, representing not only the committee, but also the broader skateboarding community, fully endorsed this strategy. We're looking forward to working alongside Parks staff on the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan and the development of future facilities. Thank you.
That's it.
Great, thanks very much. Questions for the deputants? Councillor Davis.
Thank you so much for coming, and I'm sure the incredible role you've played with staff in developing this. And, you know, I got a call from the press who said, so what's in here? And I said, there's so much in here. The important part is about engagement, and I'm wondering if you could expand a bit about why it's important to have the engagement in the process of identifying and then delivering and building skate parks.
I'd be happy to.
Well, in the past, the most successful skate parks that have been built in Toronto have been done, most successful skate parks in Toronto and across the country have been done in consultation with the skateboarding community. So when the skateboarding community is involved in the process, their needs, their wants, the areas that are requiring skate parks become identified instead of just slapping down a skate park without engagement. And then we found that skaters really take ownership of the skate parks that are created that way. They have an identity with the skate park. The park is better maintained and respected by the actual users. And it actually develops a community of youth and young adults that are skateboarding together.
Great. Maybe you could tell us more about DOTS, skate DOTS, and why we should be what are they and why we should be looking at those?
So in the document, it references various different sizes of skate parks, from large kind of regional citywide parks to smaller neighborhood parks. But then there's an even smaller version called a skate dot, which may be only be 1 or 2 elements that could be incorporated into an already existing park. So this may be a park that has constraint on spaces, but kids may be already there skating just on a flat asphalt or concrete pad. It'd be very easy to incorporate just a single skatable element or 2 skatable elements just to serve kind of those local park users. It wouldn't be a wide use park, but it would just something like that. So skate dots are really small skate parks.
Okay. Now, at the last year's budget, we once again pushed hard to get some funding that could be used as kind of a pilot for how you would engage the community, design and move forward with a new skate park in Toronto. And I understand now that it is potentially getting moved into 2018 for construction instead of 2017. design in 2016 and build in it was designed in 2016, build in 2017. Now it's looking like design in 2017 and build in 2018. And part of that has to do with the planning process. If this could be done in a way that kept those timelines or pushed it into 2018 and there was some flexibility around the implementation, would that be okay with the skating community?
For sure, we've been working with the Parks Department on this, and there's just been some issues about locating a site, so it's kind of slowed us down a little bit. Obviously, if we could do design and build next year, that would be optimal because it could be easily designed over the winter and then built during the construction season. It all depends on the process and identifying a site. I think a site is in the finalization of being finalized, but hasn't been announced yet. So kind of take it one step at a time. So the faster the better, but if it has to wait a year, I'd rather a park than no park, so yes.
Okay, that's the criteria. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for all your work. And could I just, one other question. Ariel, you said the skateboarding community just isn't really kind of a community that naturally organizes themselves. I was quite struck by that they're anarchists, yeah.
Well, it's not
a team.
In a broader sense, we've come together for specific projects, so like Ashbridge, East York, Etobicoke Skate Park, the community comes together, but in general, the skateboarders, it's in the Olympics now, but a lot of the community just isn't interested in that. You don't want that big organizational structure. There's no, national sporting committee for it or anything like that, so.
Right. I remember
you
the
kinda get-
baseball association saying, why don't they get an association?
Yeah.
But anyway, you're saying, though, that this has brought the community across the city together in some ways.
Yeah, definitely. By seeing like I don't know, maybe a good reason to get organized. I feel like this strategy and organizing the Toronto Skateboarding Committee has really given us a reason to come together and get organized.
Yeah. Especially in with new park developments and everything, there's so many different users and uses and different associations vying for space. So we can't really get new parks built without an organization to sort of push our perspective and agenda. So
Get in there with the other leagues.
yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Just two quick questions. One is, I know that in some outdoor ice pads, like the one at Dundas and Bathurst, it becomes a skate park in the summer. Would an indoor ice rink be an appropriate site? Because a lot of them the ice does come out for that kind of temporary.
Yeah, definitely. There's a site right now in Malvern that's being used. It's been used the last couple of summers.
That's an indoor, like in the arena.
That's indoor, yeah. So the dry rink, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and that's a great use. We've seen that in other cities as well.
Yeah, for rinks that otherwise are probably dormant all summer. And
Yeah, exactly.
Contains some of the noise if that's an issue. My other question was, one of my sons, or a couple of them, have taken a summer camp at St. Albans Boys and Girls Club, a skateboard one that they loved.
Yeah.
But admittedly, there doesn't seem to be, and maybe I'm not tapped into it, but there doesn't seem to be a huge menu or suite of options in terms of classes, programs, courses like that. I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, so I guess one, is there? And second, is that something in the strategy that needs to we need to focus on and making sure there's more of that available for young kids who want to get into it?
Yeah, that is touched upon in the strategy, but yeah, I think that there definitely is opportunity to support more people and, I don't know, encourage more people to get involved in skateboarding through programming. Definitely, I mean, there's opportunity for the city to get involved in that, but I know that there are some organizations that are not working with the city.
Yeah. That run camps. The city has a few camps throughout the
Yeah, they're hard to get spots.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, not to put you on the spot, but what is your favorite skateboard site?
Favorite
Skateboard site, park?
skate
park.
favorite skateboard park?
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I spend a lot of time at Ashbridges,
Right.
but also at Dunbat. which is at Dundas and Bathurst, Scatting Court Community Center. Those are two very popular, probably the most popular.
But the one at Dundas, the one at Scatting Court isn't a permanent.
It's not, no.
Seasonal park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm just going to ask you all.
Okay. I usually go to the East York Skate Park the most because that's the one I was involved with for many, many years to get built. And then I've been taken charge of making sure the park is well maintained, and we have annual barbecues and graffiti painting, like where we get the kids to paint murals and everything. So there's a really good community around that. But I also go to Dunbat and Ashbridges a lot as well because they're kind of the two biggest and best parks. East York's just my home park, so I love it too.
And I go to Dunbat, it's right near my house, and I've helped maintain it over the years. And it's got lights, so I've got kids, so I gotta put them to bed first before I can go out. So the lights are really beneficial for, somebody in my situation too.
Dunbat, for
Yeah.
Dundas.
Dundas Bathurst,
sorry,
that's the,
That's what the kids are saying.
yeah.
What's that?
I said, that's what the kids are saying.
That's what the kids call it, Dunbat. So just for, as far as just the kind of challenge and elements for a temporary, how does that compare with one that's been built with bowls and everything? Can you really compare? Why do you like Dunbat? It doesn't have a bowl, it doesn't have any of those things.
It's centrally located
Yeah,
is
it's
the main
location
thing.
and the
It's
lights.
easy to get to. so-
Yeah, I think there are other things as well. I think the community is really into the space. It's also really flat and smooth. So I think that that's really valuable, and that often gets overlooked, like the value of just having a smooth space to roll around on. I think that that's really valuable. That's one of the reasons why I go, and also because the community really supports it. And I don't know if you're familiar with this, but on any given day, you can find like some of the top skateboarders in the country at that skateboard park.
At Dunbat?
Yeah.
So all the local professionals, they'll ride there usually during the week.
I'll ask a few staff questions about locations. So is that thought of as a skateboard park? Would you ever consider trying to have one there, or you just like the on-the-rink siting?
Oh, I think it would be a great site, a great location for a permanent facility, for sure, yeah.
And how many units would you have to have in what you're calling a dot? If you had a condo that we were building somewhere, we said, okay, your cash in lieu for a park, we'd like to have a dot. What would make that worthwhile even going to?
Sometimes even a single feature. A lot of the features will be actually a multi-purpose feature where if you came from one side, it's kind of a ramp, but if you came from the other side, it's more of like a skatable bench so you can slide and grind across. So it could be as simple as one multi-use feature. And there's, in Richmond, the suburb of Vancouver, they have made a few dots and they've been very successful, and it's just one feature that has maybe 3 or 4 ways of using it. That's
And
the
do you
minimum.
have pictures of those in the strategy? Do we have dot pictures?
I don't know if there's
I don't think that there are any in this strategy, in this document, but it's as simple as just like a bench that has the right features for skateboarding. So if you can imagine people sliding on a bench in front of City Hall here, it could be very similar, but with the details so that those are the details that would attract a skateboarder. And skateboarders, I mean, when we were younger, we would travel across the city to skate like one ledge. So it really can be as simple as a ledge with the right dimensions.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Or developments, because we could easily add things in. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions?
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Nice hats. Just on page 20 of the report. So we have 2 places in Scarborough, 3 in Etobicoke, 3 in North York, 4 downtown. So if you were to say that was, I don't know, say that's number 1, this density, how much are we behind the 8 ball in terms of demand out there? If we doubled it, would that meet demand? Or are we 50%? Are we 60% there, 90%? How much demand is out there?
Well, I think the facilities master plan will dictate it, but just to give you a comparison, that Vancouver has 70 free outdoor parks.
Right.
And we have, I think, Vancouver has 70.
Closer to home, London, Ontario is about 11 permanent concrete parks, and their population is about 600,000. So you can imagine each district would be in, the way they've built them would be about 11 parks per district.
So we have some nice ones, but if that math, so would you agree with that math, that we got to go triple, quadruple, or half, at least half?
It's really hard to say, because with this many skateboard parks, like not everyone has access, especially like on a neighborhood scale.
Should we double it? Should we triple what we have?
I don't know.
Depends how much
It's hard-
money there
it's
is
hard
in the
to assess
budget.
that.
Yeah.
Well, part of the reason why I'm asking that question is how much should we be fighting for this? Should we be fighting for a 50% increase, 100% increase? Like, how big should we be aiming here? Like, what's a good density of those skateboard pictures, say, in Etobicoke, York?
Double it what it is now.
That'd be a good goal.
I think like double this, and then maybe some skate dots and some skate spots, which are kind of a collection of features. With that, I think that we could give people opportunities across the city so that they don't have to travel too far to use a skateboarding facility. Because I know a lot of kids, would use them if they were in the neighborhood.
And it's a growing sport, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, like we said, so it's included in the Olympics in 2020. So as other sports, whenever a team goes in the championship or it's World Cup season, those activities and sports see a spike in users. So we foresee the same thing with skateboarding now, because there's going to be a lot more sort of localized and national competitions to, get people ready for the Olympics.
Right. Is it a guy thing, or is it a guy and gal thing?
It's both for sure.
How would you, 50-50, 60-40?
No, I think maybe 9 to 1, 9 guys to
But
1.
it is growing. There's a lot more female groups
Yeah.
that are skating now, and at some of the indoor parks we help run, there's women-only nights.
Okay.
And they're doing their own camps and encouraging more women to be, and
Just this year, we were in partnership with a group called Babes Brigade that does skateboarding events for women. They held the very first women's-only contest ever in Toronto, and it was a great success. And then they just had another one, a second one last weekend. So already had 2 this year. So that's how many people they're attracting, that they were able to hold 2 events this year.
It's going to grow in the women's community.
yeah, because they're way more organized now, and they're promoting it more and making it more inclusive.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, just glancing through some of the photographs here and in passing some of the parks that were active, I see most of the skaters are not wearing helmets. Is my observation correct?
Well, all the parks in Toronto have signage recommending safety gear, and it's pretty much up to the user. It falls under, I think, the city's, it falls under the city's, like, just regular liability for park use. So I know that when the city does run camps, and even the privately run camps, they're all wearing full equipment. But when it comes to using a city facility, it's at the user's discretion.
Sure. You're part of an organization. Does your organization have a policy about helmet use?
No.
I mean, I guess for younger kids and beginners, we. For younger kids and beginners, we would recommend it if they're at a more challenging skate park. But in general, skaters usually decide it on their own. But yeah, for children at a camp, I'd say if you're under 10 or 12 years old, then much more recommend.
I think that a lot of skateboarders see helmets as part of an approach to staying safe, and that doesn't necessarily, I don't know. For skateboarders, I think it's not necessarily about like the helmet is going to keep you safe. It's about learning how to not hurt yourself when you're skateboarding, more so than wearing a helmet.
It's like any other sport too. You're not gonna, a bunch of people go to play baseball or football. They're not all gonna bring helmets with them to play pickup ball or whatever. But it's recommended if you're playing football to wear a helmet, but you don't need to.
All righty, thank you very much. Any other questions for the deputants? No? Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Questions for staff?
I wanted to ask, what I'm going to ask about. I'm going to ask about the commitment we made to do design work in 2016 and construction in 2017 on a $500,000 skate park. Can you, and I know Let me preface it, first of all, thank you. What amazing work you've done, and Cheryl and others who were involved with the committee. This has been, I think, a spectacular example of how we really engage young people in a meaningful way. It's been spectacular. But now we have to deliver, and this is twice we've promised we're going to deliver on this, and they are going to be involved in, and have been, in doing site analysis, gap analysis, like all the work that's built in here sets the stage for them now to actually do a new park. Can you tell me what the expected stages are of this new park that is going to go forward? The timelines? And secondly, if it can be expedited, you heard them, oh, we can get that designed over the winter. If it can be expedited, can it be?
So through the chair, and Howie, you may want to add, so currently in the budget moving forward, we have a design budget in the 2017 capital budget with construction sort of over 2 years. So design in 2017, construction in 2018, with a goal to open in 2018. That would be the goal, to complete the project in 2018. I think through the discussions, and certainly even before that, I also want to thank Nick and Ariel and Migs, because they've done a fantastic job in consulting with us. And I know Cheryl and Howie and others have really valued the input that they've given into this process. I think when we're in the design phase, if there is any consideration around advancing the project, and it does become apparent that it can be advanced, it's certainly something that we would be open to, given the financial resources that would be available, or whether we can move some money around within the existing year. I think if we come to that point in the design process where it looks like we can move forward in a more expedited process, we can certainly have a look at it and see what we can move around.
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
Okay. So the other thing is, you have dates potentially for subject to 2017 budget approval, that design could start virtually immediately?
Absolutely.
A consultant hired immediately? The consultation and community consultation soon?
We can do, through the chair, some advance work now, so that when the budget is approved in February, and that will be ready to go as soon as possible.
And do you have kind of a schedule you could share with us?
We have a schedule. We can certainly send it out as follow-up if you're interested. I know there's some very specific dates that have been put together, and a project plan.
Great.
I think there's a lot of preliminary work, from what I've been told, that's already been done around advancing a location and those pieces of it. So I think we're pretty ready to go with the help of the committee.
So this is the longer-term strategy is going to be embedded in the facilities master plan, and I think Councillor Mihevc asked, the question, how many? And so I guess this notion of what is the correct number, the gap analysis, there's gap analysis in here. I presume you will come back with, like you are going to with arenas or fields, or you'll say we need X number of facilities that are regional, X number that are local, whatever, and these are the areas of the city and potential locations, or these are, I guess I'm trying to struggle a bit to understand how that facilities plan is going to look. But
So I'm going to ask Howie to add to my answer, but I think the facilities plan will take us further ahead in developing how many we need, to your question, whether it's twice as many, 3 times as many, what kinds and in what different categories of park. So first, we'll identify what that deficiency is. I think we all agree that there is a deficiency. We've moved along from the 2004 facilities plan around those recommendations, but skateboarding has changed a lot in the last 10 years, and the interest certainly has exploded, even with the Olympic sport announcement, which is a great advancement for the sport. So we're anticipating the demand to go up. And the plan will identify how many, it will identify gaps in the city. It may not go as far as identifying the exact locations, but it will certainly hone in on the areas of the city that...
the recreation service plan and the core programs plan that still is being completed? What are those core services?
Core service, yeah.
The what?
Davis, we're past 5 minutes.
Will
Wrap up.
skateboarding and programming for skateboarding be developed as part of the recreation service plan?
Through the chair, the primary program model will certainly identify skateboarding as something that we would consider a primary program and the ways in which we deliver it using the assets that we would have in the community. Right. Absolutely.
Great, thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other questions for staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. It just has to do now with, this is very exciting, but I'm not going to be taking it up. It's very exciting. I'm not going to be taking it up anytime, so I'm just sticking to regular skating.
Until you're off your crutch.
Until I'm off my crutch. But this idea of dots and spots is, I think, wow, very exciting. Have we planned any of those in parks that are under refurbishment or review or newly developed parks?
Not yet.
Is that part of our, I haven't seen it in our menu.
We haven't yet, but I agree, it's an exciting way of approaching programming in parks. And I think what it can be now, once the strategy is approved, is when we are doing parks refurbishments, when we are doing park development, we can consider this as one of the components of that park development. Because it's honestly, it's not a very a hugely expensive component in that size to add when a park is being done. And I think it's a perfect opportunity to look at, where the right spots for those spots are, spots and dots are around the city. So I think it's an item that we will be carrying forward to our parks planners and parks designers in consultation with the skateboard committee to see where we can advance those easily.
And you could also look at Vancouver and see what the experience is where they are most successful. If it's right below a lot of windows, is that successful? What's the physical condition and best location for these types of facilities?
Yeah, absolutely. We can look at all that in new park design.
And when we're doing waterfront planning and parks planning, do you have a template as well that would put skateboarding as one of the features of a waterfront destination park?
We don't, through the chair, we don't have a template yet, but that's certainly something we can consider in next phases of this.
And so Waterfront Toronto doesn't have that as a template, or waterfront parks don't have that?
I haven't, I wouldn't know for sure one way or the other. I'd have to have that conversation with Waterfront Toronto around whether it's been identified in any of their future park development. But I think certainly we can take this strategy, share it with Waterfront Toronto as part of the development of that next sort of phase 2 of public realm spaces that are going to be developed.
And I've been so motivated today, I'm putting some motions together, but we have a large open space out on Nathan Phillips Square that was to be a restaurant that is no longer going to be a restaurant, isn't that right?
I'm not a...
Empty side of Nathan Phillips Square on the west side. Would you be able to look and see if that would even have a possibility of adding some of these elements to animate that section of the square?
We can certainly, through the chair, have those conversations.
I'm getting jazz hands from over there, and I'll speak to that. No way, yes way, it's way over the side. So what we haven't done is we're thinking about spots, but as you know, we have a pick list at my latest park development. They had all types of equipment that the community can comment on. So really, I'm hearing you say it would be possible, depending upon the size and location, to put a dot or a spot and be able to offer those things out for people to think about.
Through the chair, I think the approval of the strategy at council next month gives us the foundation to include this type of amenities in the larger parks planning items that we're moving forward.
And I'll
I think this
speak
is
to
the
that.
beginning of it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? No? I just very quickly, just to follow up on the safety question earlier, rules governing helmets in our skate parks. What can you tell me about our current rules?
So through the chair, we require or sign our skate parks and around safe usage and encourage, as the deputant said, the use of helmets and protective gear when skateboarding. Our own programming would require that as equipment for any of registered participants in our programming. But because not unlike any other park asset, most of those spaces are unsupervised. It would be very difficult to enforce that as a requirement. Therefore, it's signage and part of what is contemplated through the strategy is much more of an educational campaign that we might consider in terms of educating the public around the importance of wearing helmets and protective gear when engaging in skateboarding.
It's not mandatory. It's strongly encouraged.
I would just add, it's very similar to the policy we have around our outdoor rinks, where if programs are being run through the city, there's requirements for protective gear. If it's just general participation, through a public amenity, then again, it's signed and we encourage people to use the appropriate equipment, but there is some personal responsibility in making those choices.
At our ski hills, are helmets mandatory?
Well, for children, for sure, that is required, and then signed and encouraged for anyone else in terms of the equipment that they would use.
Thank you very much. Speakers. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I too want to lend my voice to this issue. Specifically, I wanted to thank the staff for an excellent report. Having been a councillor who arrived here in 2003 and watching during the 2003 period young people in my community trying and attempting to skateboard on the streets and sidewalks and so on, recognizing it wasn't very safe, I made it one of the points of focus to work to construct a skateboard park for young people in the community. It's one of the only two in Scarborough. It's the Ellesmere Community Skateboard Park. Many of the details that's in the report here, the strategy itself and the action process, engagement and so on, we really didn't have access to that, so we sort of did it as we went along. And so this is I guess a textbook, an example in terms of how to do it properly, which I could say that we followed many of these things, but we actually developed it as we went along. Back then it was Joe Halstead, who was the Commissioner of Economic Development for the city. And we work with the community, we work with the young people. In fact, Mr. Chair, one of the things I said to the young people at the time when they approached me was that if you were really serious and interested, you had to go out and petition and get your parents to be involved and so on. And I got to tell you, I expected them to come back months later. Within a week, we had over 1,000 signatures of people young people, within a week. And it was summertime. They came back and said, we have got 1,000 signatures, and by the way, our parents are actually interested in actually being involved. And so what we did was that instead of simply have the city design a skateboard park, which they actually went through the process, we actually took the community, young people, and there was one grandmother, I think she was like 84 years old, who had been taking her grandkids to Cummer Park, actually, from Scarborough, to let them skate there because that was relatively close to them. And she and all the other young people came and they actually developed the bowls and the sliding apparatuses and so on. And we had the young people present their ideas actually to the group as a whole. This was a really cool thing for them because it was their first engagement through this particular process. We have seen as well, Mr. Chairman, many more young girls actually taking up the sport in a very safe manner, are able to do it in the environment at Ellesmere as opposed to on the street. You know, we went through the whole process of site location and so on in order to ensure that there would be an appropriate location where it is close to varying amenities. This, in our case, is across from a Costco. Kids go there, they get lunch, they come back, they spend all day there. They have made it their own, as the presenters made the remarks here today. It's, well, I should say, it's interesting art, I guess artwork as opposed to graffiti, as I'm told. And so probably the reason why I wouldn't support a skateboard park in front of City Hall for those great reasons. We want the area to be ensured that it's very inviting. And in fact, I don't know how you'd control that, Councillor Davis. But in any event, support Skateboard Park. More is necessary because more young people are actually doing it. This report actually is, as I said, an excellent report. Talks a little bit, it helps community to determine how they can go about it. Because when we were going about it, we actually didn't know how. There wasn't a template in the city. So this is a good document that helps to address that. I also wanted to say that at Ellesmere, we talked to the staff there, and the staff actually put in a training program where young kids, there's a camp, where kids could actually go and learn how to skateboard in a safe way. The helmet issue, Mr. Chairman, I know that I've spoken to a lot of young kids there. They refuse to wear helmets. They want to wear their ball caps if they're wearing something to protect them from the sun, as opposed to a safety issue. They learn how to fall. They go through a process. In my years of the skateboard park, I'm not aware of any major issues there, but it's always important to be safe as opposed to sorry. So I get that, and I think that the city's policy covers that, in fact. And so for those younger kids, however, I see them wearing helmets, and that's a good thing. Some of them wear knee pads and elbow pads as well, until they become more proficient in the exercise of skateboarding and so on. So this is a very good report. I'm very pleased that it's actually here, and I know it's been a long time coming. So again, my hats are off to the staff for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I will be short. I know you won't believe it, but this is just a great report. And I already said thanks. Thanks to everyone. It's amazing. I'm so glad that what's happened is that the skaters from across the city have come together. And when they came together and we connected them with the Recreation Division, PFNR, our staff took the challenge and committed time and staff to working with them. And that was amazing. If our staff had not, and I thank Howie and Janie and Cheryl and all the others who were involved, if they hadn't taken this as an opportunity to learn new ways to work with young people, we wouldn't have been here today. And if it wasn't for these guys, and I call them guys, there are women. In fact, there was another woman, I usually call them kids, no I don't. There's a woman who also is an employee of ours, who's a youth outreach worker, who's been on the committee as well throughout and has, she's from Scarborough, I think, who has been an amazing contributor as well to the work that has come forward as part of the strategy. The challenge now is to make the strategy real. We've got a lot of strategies sitting on shelves, and really the trick will be delivering. And that's why I've been so obsessed about this one $500,000 allocation. There was at one point, and I think Councillor Thompson got one of the first four, where we decided there would be 4 in the city. I know that Councillor Shiner moved $1 million a year at some point. I don't know what happened to that we were going to commit $1 million a year to skateboard facilities. And it's been tooth and nail trying to get some money committed to it, along with everything else. I mean, I understand the competing priorities, but now it puts you in the fight on more firm grounds to get investment in the facilities. Yeah, we're way behind in Toronto. Way, way behind. So we do need to invest. I said it was be short. One final thing. We have put in parks through development, Councillor Fletcher, in which the young people were not, and the users were not involved in the design. And some of them have been really not good design because this is such a specialized field, and we need to have people involved who know how to do it and kids involved in designing it. And absolutely we should have some kind of skate element at Nathan Phillips Square. It is being used now anyway, all down the side by the courtyard, and let's just regularize it and do something in the space that we have there. I'm happy to support that.
Go for it.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other speakers? Councillor Fletcher.
I have some motions here today, Mr. Chair. One of them is to actually evaluate options for skateboard elements on that western flank, the non-restaurant. That was done under the master plan as a restaurant. It will not be a restaurant. It's empty. It's a little embarrassing. This might be a fantastic use of drawing more activity, not in the main part of the square, but to the west of the stage. And secondly, I'd just like a report back on dots and spots that we heard about today and in existing parks and also for new parks that we're developing. I am, as someone who used to drive their son to Vanderhoof and often up to Cummer regularly in order to skateboard, the development of this fantastic strategy is very exciting, and it really is the best way to do it. It's a community-based, from the ground up, staff working with the experts in the community to look at what we've got and look at some of the options, because they do know their stuff. They know where things are, they know what works, they know what doesn't work. There are, the Ashbridges Bay Park is a fantastic, wonderful regional skateboard park. It's not on any transit. So Dunbat is right there. I mean, you've got 2 streetcar lines, so it's great. We have a number of big things that we've just put. Let's have a rail deck park. Well, wouldn't you think now of putting a major destination skateboard park? We're talking about the Super Park in the Valley. What a fantastic location for a large destination skateboard park. We have the waterfront. Been in many waterfront planning conversations about parks, and we don't talk about adding that type of an element in, even in Lake Ontario Park. Sorry, Siri, stop interrupting me, thanks. And I was recently in Barcelona, where down at Bellamar, they have a fantastic big skateboard park on the beach, and Councillor Mhevick was there before. It's huge. There's 3 bowls. There's some for smaller kids, larger kids. Everybody was on it. So once we start thinking about this as a great way to exercise, it draws folks into our parks who wouldn't normally be going. It's not a swing. It's not a teeter-totter. It is definitely for all ages, but it does draw in the older crowd. We have Section 37 and other places in town. We say we can't put a green space anywhere in certain spots. Well, there's no reason why we couldn't put dots, spots, and other things outside of green space. So I'm pretty excited to play catch up here. And I no longer have to take anybody for skateboarding. That's over. But I understand how important it is in people's lives when you have a skateboard, and it's not a very expensive sport. You don't have to put out thousands of dollars for equipment every year, but it is really a sport. It really does build all of those same elements. It builds flexibility, gross motor, fine motor, everything is in there with this sport. It's also really good for risk takers, and we don't, it's a major sport for risk takers. And we do have to, we have to accommodate risk takers. We've dumbed everything down in playgrounds to the point where it's very boring. So let's get things spiced up a little bit with more skateboard parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers? I would just simply thank staff for the wonderful work they've done on this report. As I mentioned in our private briefing, it is probably a template for leadership and for other municipalities across the country, although we were behind in the capital infrastructure work. Certainly when it comes to a strategy going forward, I think we're leading. It's very readable, it's attractive, and I think it sends a signal out to the skateboard community that we're truly committed to it. So I thank you and your staff for the great work on this project. So we have a couple of motions before us. Do you want to take the whole thing as a package? All those in favor? It's carried. The package is amended. All those in favor? It's carried. Next item on the agenda is the Toronto Newcomer Strategy. We have one deputant, Sean Mahar. Thank you for coming, Sean. You have 5 minutes.
Brigade competition. And it was a fantastic event, and it's a really nice demonstration of the kind of good work that's being done by Parks and Recreation and by the skating community to build inclusive strategies for recreation activities in Toronto. And similarly, the Toronto Newcomer Strategy helps us build that greater capacity to achieve those same inclusive goals. The TNS is an important contribution to the success of the city in a wide range of ways and reflects a really thoughtful public policy process that has real foresight in it, and it's great to see. I can't help wonder how Toronto, as a key destination for Syrian refugees, would have fared if years in advance our staff hadn't set out to understand and strategize about the city's role in settlement. And this isn't about a single point in history or a single challenge that we face. It's just no longer practical for cities to close their eyes and pretend that settlement isn't our problem. Cities have to recognize that it may seem easy, but at the end of the day, it's hard on cities to ignore settlement. New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, Houston, as well as European cities like Munich and Milan have actively developed strategies to ensure that the settlement process works well in our communities. Because those cities, like our city, figured out that while the feds own the immigration file, when it goes wrong, cities pay the price. And if we stand at the end of that process, sorting out the crises when they occur, it makes sense to have a plan. And the plan in front of you reflects some of the best ideas that cities have come up with all around the world. Research on how cities can play a role in making sure that people settle successfully can be seen all through this plan. The plan respects the whole range of roles that cities play in the settlement process, as a policymaker, as a convener, as an employer, and as an advocate. It recognizes not just the need to develop plans for newcomers, but to develop plans with newcomers. New communities who come here every day will know things about how best to connect with them and work with them and support successful settlement and build bridges to those communities that we simply will not, and engaging them in that process is a key ingredient of success. That's why we engage them in planning and design, and that's universally recognized as a best practice in the research, and why we're really glad to see it here in the plan. As an illustration, I'll remind you that I was here not that long ago presenting research that we did on the challenge that newcomer youth face in accessing our recreation system. Our 5-year recreation plan, service plan crafted in 2012, identifies that critical need. And of course, in response to that, as directed by the committee, we continue to work with PFNR to link the staff to ethno-specific groups and develop strategies to take this on, because that model of developing policy and programs works best. It helps us spot the crying need for cricket pitches early in the phase of South Asian immigration and the specific challenges of Muslim women staying healthy early in the process of Bangladeshi and Afghan immigration. And the Toronto Newcomer Strategy helps the city get ahead of that curve in a consistent way. Instead of waiting for problems to pop up in research or in service planning, it provides a clear frame for addressing those issues in a thoughtful and engaged way broadly. And it provides that for all the divisions in the city, because the Toronto Newcomer Strategy also recognizes that settlement isn't confined to housing and jobs, but includes health and community building and recreation, and the city can be a key convener and thought leader, as well as service provider in all of those areas for our newest residents. So I want to congratulate city staff and the committee for looking down the road at the inevitable challenges we face as a destination for immigration, to plan ahead successfully, to think clearly about the city's role in shaping successful settlement, and to engaging people who most recently joined our community in shaping the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? No? Thank you, Sean. Questions for staff? Toronto Newcomer Strategy. Progress report. Councillor Mahavik.
Sure. Frankly, I'm trying to set up a motion, and I just want staff to say it rather than me say it. Could you, this is a first, it's a great report, so you've done so much I'm wondering how you did it. And I know that you have a very small staff. Could you speak to the issue of staffing?
Through the chair, yes, it is a very limited team. The way that it was done was through the incredible commitment of the staff in the Toronto Newcomer office who not occasionally but constantly go above and beyond to deliver on the program.
So numbers, how many are the core?
In the core office, there are 3 positions.
Who pays for them?
Those 3 positions are paid for by Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada.
What's our skin in the game as a city?
On the core office, very, very little. So we will have to pick up the kind of cost of living increases on that office budget, but it is basically funded by the federal government.
In one of the motions, it talks about 200,000. I understand it's closer to 250,000.
So that funding.
That's city money.
That's city money. That's the one-time money that council approved in 2 chunks. First 600,000, then an additional 220,000 to fund the Syrian refugee resettlement program.
So just to, I am setting it up, so just to be totally transparent here. We've won some awards. The office has won some awards. Can you speak to them?
Absolutely, Councillor. The first award was through a program of COSTI with the Governor General that recognized the work of the city. The second was the City Manager's Award, and there are 3 awarded each year, so we were very pleased to be recognized with the City Manager's Award for the program.
And lastly, I understand that, and I've been part of actually, frankly, welcoming delegations from, frankly, all over the place. I can't recall how many times I've gone upstairs to just welcome someone from somewhere. I understand Montreal is doing something like us. Maybe you could just speak to that one as an example.
So Montreal actually came to the City of Toronto to look at our model in terms of the newcomer office, the structure, how it relates within broader city structures. They have emulated that structure and in fact enhanced it. They have a more senior staff person at the head of that structure, and I think it has a budget of over $1 million.
1 million the first year, it will increase to 2 million.
Yeah, it started with $1 million budget, increasing to 2 when the office is fully operational.
Of city money, of their city money.
I believe it's net funded in Montreal, yes.
Great, okay, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Any other questions for staff? I would just simply ask that this federal grant, is it on some kind of sliding scale downward? Does it have an end date, or it's just year to year still?
To the chair, yes, and I have raised a concern and signaled through the 2017 budget process that grant has been reduced, not significantly, but over the last 3 years. I actually am talking with senior bureaucrats in IRCC tomorrow to understand if in fact the federal government has a long-term strategy or plan for that funding program. I do have a concern that if they do continue on the track they're on or significantly change the funding, the program is at risk.
I guess there's no harm in reminding them that we did talk directly with Mr. McCallion at a immigration roundtable. And if my memory is correct, when I asked him about securing the funding, he says, I don't think that'll be a problem.
I'm trying to secure a similar message from the bureaucratic level. We have not secured that message, and in fact, we have been advised that our 2017-2018 funding may be reduced again.
Okay. Speakers. Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure to be the newcomer advocate at the city, and I've really been pained but thoroughly enjoyed that work. Pained because only because of the issues that newcomers facing Toronto have to face. So, and what's given me great faith in civil servants is the way our newcomer office, but really the wider sector, you know, from social services to public health to parks and rec, like holy smokes did they step up to the plate this last year. And I think they reflected that zeal and that determination that Canadians, Ontarians, Torontonians had to deal with the Syrian refugees and the struggles that they were facing. So that's been really, frankly, one of the highlights of my career as an elected official, was seeing that mobilization happening and that just spirit of compassion and goodwill. I have 3 motions here that I think I'd ask for your support in. The first one, sorry, I'll start with the second one. I'll go from bottom up. Bottom up one is there is some money that has been allocated from the federal government to the City of Abbotsford Community Services to implement a youth civic engagement food justice project, and they need that motion basically to be able to funnel some of that project money through the newcomer office. So that one's not controversial. Second one, I understand from staff that if you remember last year, we gave them, I think it was $600,000 for one-time money. They will have at the end of the year $250,000 left over, not $200,000 left over. So that piece has to be amended in recommendation number 4. What recommendation number 1 says, and you may remember my questions, we have no City of Toronto dedicated staff person in the newcomer office. Montreal is about to spend $1 million. And they're going to $2 million. And guess who the model was for what they're doing? Us, the City of Toronto. Atlanta, 5 staff people. New York City, 30 staff people in their newcomer office, paid for by the city. So motion number 1 is requesting that we ask them to develop a business model to basically have some skin in the game for us as the City of Toronto. Now, you're going to say this is a tough budget year? Absolutely. And number 2, the $250,000 that is there might be able to cover it for 2017. So that's already in the motion from staff. So maybe that's a way to do it, and maybe the delta in terms of real cost to the city will be 0 or negligible. So that's why I'm moving number 1. There are. I love you, Mr. Chair. I really do. I'm just noticing the size.
No, don't take it personally. I'm very concerned that this is not going through the budgetary.
It is.
Well, not your number 2.
No, number 2 is an amendment based on knowledge that if you look at number 2.
I don't know if I should go to questions to the mover right now. Why don't you finish up, and then
Okay.
if we go questions to the mover, we'll do that.
Okay, I think it's important for us as a City of Toronto to put some skin in the game to make sure that this office is solidly, well, not that even 2 won't be solidly funded, but it'll be somewhat funded for us to be able to do things that right now the federal contract does not let us do. For example, you know the newcomer day that you were at, Mr. Chair? That was not supported by the federal government. That was kind of just done. Because they direct where and what you are to do. So for us to be able to say, okay, we'll do that with the feds, but we're going to do that on our own because we're a city that embraces diversity. We need some resources to do that. So I'm saying at this point for number 1 is that make it as a business case to the operating budget, make it part of the budget submission, and then let's see where that can go. And that's my best advice, having worked in this area, worked closely with the office for the last year. I rest my case.
Thank you, Mr. Mahalik. I have questions for the mover, although I had clarity on, I've had clarity on 1 and 2. It is true, number 1 is subject to the 2017 budgetary process, and I understand that we simply look at the number on page 4, or page 2 of the report. This was a clerical error. And this is a technical amendment.
It's an updated number.
Right. So number 3, City of Abbotsford's Community Services. What?
You know what?
What is
I know
this?
a little bit about it, but I think it's best to direct that to staff. They know more about that than I do. Can I do a redirect?
Yeah, that's
Ask
fine.
Chris. Ask Chris.
So this is a funding allocation that was made from the federal government to the Abbotsford Community Services in the city of Abbotsford. They have the funding in hand. They've contacted the city and asked us to partner with them. We've reviewed the project objectives and are very interested in engaging with them. It will be fully funded using the federal funds that would come to us through the city of Abbotsford, Abbotsford Community Services.
So no cost to the city.
To focus on food security and newcomer youth. So it is completely in line with the priorities and objectives under the newcomer strategy at Toronto.
Okay. Any other questions for the mover or speakers? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had wanted to ask some questions, but I was out of the room, but I will do that later. Mr. Chair, I'm here to speak in support of the newcomer strategy that's in front of you, which is a progress report. And I want to first, again, thank the staff for the attention to this issue, Mr. Berlinger and his team, Ms. Campbell and others, and so on, in terms of the effort and the work along with other organizations and so on in terms of bringing this report forward. There's a book that I want to invite folks to take a read at this book. It's called Arrival City by Doug Saunders. While we're not talking about Arrival Cities per se to the state and the magnitude that talks about in the book, it talks about the fact that people will come and make themselves and do things that are needed to help and themselves to adapt to the area in which they're moving in. It seems to me that as a city, if we don't actually look at putting in place a strategy to help our newcomers, then we will be failing them. And so we would not be for all intents and purposes, the arrival city that would be welcoming of newcomers and so on. We note that, Mr. Chairman, that while this report talks about the strategy and so on, there is an area there that I really wanted to draw our attention to, which is recommendation number 3, which speaks to a council requesting the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario to establish an integrated welfare and immigration child system in order to address the service gaps and so on, which is extremely important. Again, all of these motions are extremely important, but this one I wanted to simply just speak to. It's important to ensure that we understand who is coming into our society, particularly young children. I draw your attention, Mr. Chairman, to the issue and the incident that caused me to put forward a motion asking that we establish a registry for children who are coming to the country. The Biggersing matter, the matter was just disposed of by the courts, where a father and a stepmother have been sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Melanie Biggersing. The brother Dwayne Biggersing somehow, some way, it's been told, somehow fell off the balcony and died. And I think that there are other views with respect to that. And so these young people were in the country, not known to anyone, their whereabouts, their movements, and so on. And in fact, young Melanie was treated in the worst possible way. When she died, she was weighing, I think she was 17 years old at the time, and she weighed about 87 pounds. And we learn about the gruesome nature of her death and so on because no one knew that she existed, actually. So the immigration folks in Canada allow people to come in, border services process the entry and so on, and then that's the end of it. So our institutions are not involved, our schools, and no one is aware. And so these types of situations cannot be allowed to happen again. And so it's important for us to be able to establish this registry so that we would know that these young people are in our communities and that they're engaged in activities that one takes for granted, such as going to school, recreating in our community facilities and so on, and just knowing that their welfare is one that is being taken care of and so on. Whereas in the case of Melanie and Duane, they were rather severely ill-treated and so led to the death, at least the murder of Melanie and the suspicious death of Duane Biggersing, two young people that came from Jamaica. Now, they could come from anywhere. And so moving forward, the future, we want to make sure that we can protect newcomers. And having a strategy that deals with this in an office and so on that helps to combine information and understanding is extremely helpful and valid for us. If we are going to become an arrival city, and which requires us to put some investment and in putting our money where our mouth is. So the motion that Councillor Mihevc has put forward, I think it's a good one. While I'm not a member of this committee, will wholeheartedly support it as part of the process moves on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other speakers? I would just simply like to thank staff for their work in the newcomer office. I've seen it operate through the intake of the Syrian refugee crisis of sorts and their professional work there. I was attending Newcomer Day, which is a remarkable event in Nathan Phillips Square, and we certainly joined forces to have a roundtable with Minister McCallion where we talked directly about the good work the City of Toronto is prepared to do to help the federal government in bringing in refugees and having a smooth landing. Back at the school board, one of the important things that we focused on there was making sure that kids got a fresh start in their education, that parents were given the guidance they needed in picking the right schools, and making sure that they knew how the education system worked and how they followed up with teachers and the principals and the grading of papers. Because if we are there to give a helping hand and not a handout, certainly newcomers will have a much greater chance of success on our shores. So the newcomer office is to be thanked and commended for its good work. And that is why Toronto is known as a great destination for immigrants and why our social cohesion is so strong. We have a couple of, we have the motions, Councillor Mihevc's motions. We can vote on those. All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And the item as amended. All those in favor? It's carried. There is actually one more item. It was the walk-on item from myself regarding a counselor liaison and intake when it comes to social housing. Our office, my counselor office, is very active when it comes to helping people do intake. They're going through some transitional pieces with the collapse of Housing Connections. We need clarity and a roadmap from staff on how counselors' offices can be effective in guiding people through the maze of social housing applications, as well as other supports such as housing allowances and rent supplement agreements. I hope no, it's already introduced. It's just a question of passing it. It's just a report back. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. I don't know efficient.